Možem. Dobar dan svima i uživo i svima vama koji nas pratite preko online platforme. Dobrodošli na dvodnevnu konferenciju pod nazivom Izazovi ravnopravnog roditeljstva, koja se danas i sutra održava u ovoj divnoj zgradi rektorata Univerziteta u Novom Sadu, a u organizaciji Centra ravnopravnog roditeljstva iz Novog Sada i u suorganizaciji Ambasade Kraljevine Švedske. Dakle, i ovde uživo i online možete pratiti konferenciju tokom ova 2 dana, danas i sutra. Mnogo zanimljivih tema i govornika je pred nama. Zamišljena je konferencija tako da u prvom delu dana slušamo izlaganja, nakon pauze imat ćemo i panel diskusiju od sat i po, pa potom sledi još jedna kraća pauza za ručak. Danas i sutra popodne imat ćemo radionice sa našim gostima iz inostranstva, tokom kojih ćemo mnogo detaljnije moći da diskutujemo. Ja vam se unapred izvinjavam što ću u ovom prvom delu dana uglavnom glumiti policajca i upozoravati nas i vas na vreme, ali vas najljubaznije molim da probamo da se nekako držimo ove dosta ambiciozne satnice. Da ja ne bih mnogo dužio, pozivam Dejana Pavlovića, glavnog krivca što smo se svi danas ovde okupili, da nam kaže par reči. Izvoli, Dejane.
Hvala. Dobar dan svima, dobrodošli.
Good morning and welcome.
Pre ravno 10 godina.
About 10 years ago, in Sonja Marinković cultural organization within the University of Novi Sad, we gathered here. The parents gathered here who actually wanted to start something that was interesting, which was the protection of the rights of children. 10 years later, we are here. We have done a lot, but at that moment when we actually when we looked behind, we understood that we actually made just one step, one huge step, but one. This is the moment to start making other steps. This second step is with all of you, because we cannot do this alone anymore, and we're not alone. This conference, so the presence of so many people from different parts and countries is proof that we can do all of this. At this moment, when we started establishing communication with many institutions and organizations in the region, so as you know, this is a conference that was organized by all of the organizations from the region. This is when we made the first step. So to start and to, in the end of this conference, we see what result we have. Thank you.
Hvala mnogo, Dejane.
Thank you so much, Dejan.
Na kratkoći.
Thank you for being short.
Vrlo brzo ponovo.
So we will hear him again. I would like to ask Mr. Alexander to tell us a few words. Please.
Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to this conference that deals with the challenges of shared parenting. This conference is, as you know, organized by the Center for Shared Parenting, together with the Embassy of Sweden. And you might ask yourselves why Sweden shows such a big interest in the matter of shared parenting. For us in Sweden, shared parenting is about equality, and we think that equality is one of the pillars of democracy. Every year in Sweden, approximately 45,000 children are involved in a separation. About 1/3 of the children loses the daily contact with one of their parents, and usually it's the father. Both historically and presently, mothers are usually the ones that are entrusted with the custody of the children, and fathers are usually giving visitation rights. As much as we advocate gender equality from the woman's point of view, we also have to come to understand that there is no true equality if you also look at this area from the point of view of both parents and from the children's point of view. And therefore, I am glad that this important topic will be discussed at this conference, and that there are so many here today, and also, as I understood, online. And I hope that the discussions that will be here today, as well as the experiences of our prominent guests that we have with us, live and online, will open up new platforms of possibilities on how children and parents can benefit from the concept of equal parenting. In the breaks, I would like to invite you to have a look at our exhibition about equal parenting in Sweden that you will find here outside the lobby, where you might find inspiration or just information on how this important topic has developed in Sweden. I would like to give a special thanks to Dejan Pavlovic from the Center of Shared Parenting for initiating this conference, as well as all the guests that has come here to Novi Sad from near and far. I wish you a fruitful discussion and plenty of networking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hvala zamjeniku ambasadora Švedske.
Thank you so much for the
Dejana Pavlovića, koji će nam govoriti nešto više
here
o odgovoru
Dan again,
sistema,
who will actually tell us more about the challenges of shared parenting from the perspective of others.
Now I can be a little bit more relaxed. I will try in shortest way possible to explain from the point of view of the association what is it that we are facing. We have been active for 10 years, so we have a 10-year experience, which is the result
poražavajući preko 2000 različitih priča.
Resulting from it is at least 2,000 stories, which means that there are 2,000 children at least who are in some form or shape victims of violence. So what we have been encountering,
na neki način da dolazimo do toga
we come to
najviše imamo nerazumevanje
the fact that there is a lack of understanding from all elements of the system. I know that the colleagues in the social services will object to this, but let me tell you, the relationship of trust between people who are in a certain social situation towards systems of social and legal protection, education, health, Ministry of Interior, the trust is very, very much shaken. What we have observed is that people who come actually don't have any trust, any confidence in the system, and it is shaken very easily. So there is a segment that's not appropriate in our approach. When I say our, I mean I am a part of the system, I'm a social worker, but at the same time I'm a parent who uses the services of social services user. When people come to us, what is they have such stories, accounts that nobody who works with us we cannot do anything to restore their trust. One of the sentences that they say, it is clear that I'm fighting against the system, not my ex-partner. This is an indicator of how people perceive that. I speak about this all the time in all conferences that I take part in. I implore us to step into the shoes of the people who are our users. I have some colleagues here, female colleagues, who have gone through this system,
Radimo na tome.
through our system in their lives, and we are our. So you need to know that our association is always there for you, and the associations that we are cooperating with. So we are talking now about how the members of the association see this. The very attitude towards certain acts, actions is inappropriate. There are no standards, there are no accurate protocols, even though there is a protocol, a main protocol, but not elaborate protocols how to react. In short, I will tell you that the association, the Center for Shared Parenting, has had 40 cases of inappropriate sexual actions that we alarmed the system about. Some of them have been rejected, and because there were no proofs. This is something that we need to know. We reported them. They have been acquitted. The only support that they have is from the association. In this segment where people cannot get any support, this is where we lose the support for children. When we tried a certain time ago, there were two centers for social centers that acted at the accusation of sexual abuse. After observing together whether there is grounds for suspected abuse, we decided to bring charges either against the person who was alleged to have committed the crime, or against the person for false accusation. One center had the opinion that we absolutely need to do that, together the two centers and we as association, which is very important, because once we started working on false accusation charges, we could then focus on the real ones. The other center responded, I quote, they are people of age. This is the response of the person from the center, not the center's response. They are adults and they can do whatever they want to do. I don't know how else to solve this, but to start understanding that the violence against children, physical or emotional, whatever it is, includes the false accusation as legal charges are brought. And the third part is the perception of the system, how the system sees the child in these situations. We all know that social services protection means support and encouragement to the positive forces, not to look at the negative and things, because weaknesses are there. We are trying to maintain them, we are trying to help, but the forces are very important. I don't mean physical forces, but the forces of a child that allow a child life, social environment, education, and everything necessary. A short
prosto mislim
suggestion, and I think that this will be mainstream through this conference, and that's why
u razvodu dodelimo
shared parenting is
odnosno jednom roditelju
important because once the parent right we give to one or custody to one parent, we give all the power to that parent, which means that we give the parent a weapon against the other parent, and in the middle, in the center of that is a child. We don't, and what we need to do is to not to give power in one pair of hands, but to implement shared parenting, because it will bring stability. Because when the grounds are unstable, then the child can easily fall down. I hope that you understood correctly why we are talking about all of this and why this conference is here. To be there for each other, to gain not only new knowledge, but information on how we can do things, and to hear each other, to stand on the side of the child. I will wrap up with this, because there are so many topics and people and speakers that will make many things clearer to us. Thank you.
Hvala, Dejane.
Thank you, Dejan. Several important things have been pointed out in his speech. I will maybe abuse now the role that I've been given and tell and say from my personal point of view. Maybe my wife will not be so happy about it, but when we had two situations, we've moved house twice. I thought that we were on the brink of divorce, but we haven't divorced. Both times, the first thing I thought of was what will we do with the children, and I can only imagine what it is like for people who go through divorce. Now I'm talking from the point of view of a father, which is quite neglected in our society. But thanks to many advocates, I think that things are slowly but steadily changing. We have many guests from the region, from North Macedonia, Croatia, Slovenia, guests from the other side of the ocean. First of them is Naum Ribarovski. I hope
Naum je predsjednik i iskustveni savjetnik Centra za ravnopravno roditeljstvo i govorit će nam o potrebnim
he will talk about the legal requirements for implementing and introducing shared parenting in the legislation. Hello, everybody. First, I'd like to thank Dejan and all the hosts from the Center for Shared Parenting from Novi Sad.
Prošlo je 5 godina od kako smo se prvi put zajedno okupili.
We met first time 5 years ago, all of us from the region, and this is probably the conference that's largest so far.
Uzimajući to u obzir,
taking this into consideration, it is my great pleasure and honor to present our association here. We have the same name, the Center for Shared Parenting in Macedonia. We've just because we've adopted the idea from Dejan, because we just heard his idea and concluded that it was perfect for us. I'm not a lawyer, but I have a topic that's connected to law. This is what we need to change in the legislation so we can implement shared parenting. The reason for this is that we are the only association that was in the situation to propose legal changes and discussed it in the parliament, which happened in 2019. Unfortunately, the discussion was obstructed, and the same political party is still ruling. They don't have an interest to change things, so it remains for some future period, probably when some other people gain power in Macedonia. The legal changes, amendments are based on Macedonian law, but however, they can be implemented. They are applicable to all the legislation in the region, even though Macedonian law is one step behind the Balkan laws. In our legislation, shared parenting is not possible even when parents agree on that. The legal changes that we've prepared, it's not a list of our wishes. It is something that we've based on analysis, comparative analysis that we did on European legislations, and we also proposed a rule book for parents' plans for seeing children. It is based on the examples from the United States, and we also prepared a proposition how to calculate alimony in case of shared parenting. There are 9. So first, it is the most important one, is to define what shared parenting is in legal and physical sense. It is particularly important to introduce that it is the first choice for all the pairs that are going through divorce, which means to be applicable in all cases when, unless it is in the best interest of the child not to have shared parenting. These are situations where parents do not want to, they cannot because maybe they live in different states, or are not appropriate for parenting, which means people convicted for domestic violence, addicted persons, people with mental issues, and so on. In physical sense, what's important, and I want to emphasize, is that we made a clause that there is a shared parenting exists when a parent spends at least 120 days a year with the child. This is something from rule books, but we put it in the law because we want to avoid the law to be interpreted in the wrong way. It is something that's quite a problematic thing, because we wanted to make it as precise as possible, so we introduced this clause for about 120 days. Somewhere in some countries it is 150, somewhere it is 90. We calculated that 120 is the kind of optimum number of days that can be satisfied even when people live in different towns or cities. What I want to mention also is that this first item on the agenda, the most important one, is supported by the rule book for preparing parenting plans. We included all possible cases, the age of child, where the parents live in one city or town or one state or not, and so on. In order to have this article working, Article 2 is very important to enforce it. We named it enforcers. These are the institutions that monitor the implementation of parenting plans. If something happens and a parent cannot do what he or she had promised, the other parent can go to this institution, and or if a parent is using the child for blackmailing the other parent and so on, these institutions should react. This is a part of the segment of the job for social services that the centers cannot do. So in all the countries, what we've noticed is the implementation of parenting plan or decisions for seeing a child. The third is about introducing external counseling that's outside the system that will work with the children and parents, children of divorcing parents. This is what we included from the experience in Macedonia at least. All the institutions that are state-run or in the social services, they don't have results. They don't have good results for parents to make a mutual agreement. The other thing, where there are private private offices, they have better results. So we thought that the system, to make this two segments, internal and external, offices, institutions to work together, they are not too numerous. There are about 15 of them that we identified as successful. The fourth one is introducing this another second instance body. When you object to a decision of the court, you usually get a negative response. Which means that their team has done, nobody gives an appeal, nobody lodges an appeal against how the team has worked, but the decision that's been made, that would be, this what we are now suggesting is introducing a council of experts and a panel of experts that would take into consideration these situations, the appeals. Another thing is alimony. When shared parenting is introduced, we have different way of how to calculate this. We've made a table of costs and expenses depending on the age of the child and depending on how much both parents earn. So there are columns, different columns. You find the age, group of the child, and how much both parents together earn, to see what the standard for the child is, and based on that we determine the costs that a child is supposed to have. These costs are shared between parents based on how much each of them earn and how much the child spends with each of them. This might look complicated, but we've made an Excel model, Excel table. It is quite easy. You insert 4 figures and you get the result how much alimony is supposed to be. Why is this important? Because this introduces the dynamism of alimony, because a child grows up, so the age group changes, maybe the pay grades of the parents are changing and so on. So once a year this should be reviewed. The alimony should be reviewed and based on the objective experience to change something, to adjust to the situation. This is quite the opposite from what we have now. As you know, alimony is a certain figure until somebody objects to it. So we want to make alimony reliant on objective circumstances. And the next one is to change the way how people manage children's property. So in Macedonia, it's so that the parent who has the custody has also the management of the property.
Svu tu zaštitu može da uzme samo taj jedan roditelj.
So one parent who gets the custody gets the management of the property, and there are no guarantees that the property is used for children. That's why we introduced this stipulation in case of shared parenting, that both parents manage the property, and in case they can't agree on the management, then the property is frozen until the child reaches 18 years of age, and it can be refroze, unblocked, in cases that parents reach an agreement, or one parent dies, or they have to, the property is needed for solving some health issues of the child. Another one is about false accusations and charges for sexual abuse. These are actually very, very important in shared parenting. When a parent wants to remove the other parent, they use the mechanism of falsely accusing the other parent so that they get the sole custody. So the one who falsely accuses the other one, our proposal is to take away the custody from the falsely alleging parent. Another thing is migration, and it happens very often that one parent wants to resettle. The other one is against that because they don't want to lose the contact with the children. Then the Center for Social Work solves it in our country. Our state bodies actually encourage immigration. They always support. So our proposal is that the children up to 14 years of age, they can go across the borders up to 30 days without the approval of the other parent. After that, after the age of 14, they can freely travel. If a child younger than 14 needs to spend more than 30 days abroad, must have approval of both parents. The next item is procedures, transparent procedures. And we don't have minutes of lawyers are not allowed to be present in when discussions the proceedings before the center, before the social work center, and our proposal is to have everything recorded, similar to court proceedings. These are these 9 articles, 9 items that we wanted to introduce, and with the aim of, our aim is that the children have both parents. We shouldn't leave to people to interpret what the best interest of a child is. Both parents should have this right. And of course, excluding cases, this is something that is not very cumbersome for the system financially. It is just a matter of goodwill. And we hope that when one country does it, that other countries from the region will follow.
Hvala mnogo.
Thank you, Naum. I was worried when you reached item 9. I thought maybe there is a 10 and 11. After the experience from North Macedonia, we'll go to Croatia with Mileta Požgaj. She is the secretary of the Association for Shared Parenting in Croatia. She is a counselor as well. She will talk about an interesting topic. They chose that. Shared parenting is the best interest of children.
Super, hvala lijepo. Rekli ste mi da će mi neko malo pomoći s ovime, ako nije...
You promised to help me with these technical things. Can you please do that?
Mislim da si tu samo kliknula.
Izvrsno.
I onda samo idemo na, evo da vam pomognem da... F5. Aha, F5. Evo sad.
Super, izvrsno. Ja nisam baš osoba od tehnike.
I'm not a technical person.
Dobar dan, hvala lijepo na pozivu.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me. I'm the secretary of the Association of Shared Parenting, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the association that was founded in 2009. I wanted to greet the host first, but I see that he's gone outside. As Naum said, we started here. Here he is. We started from a few of us, from small spaces, from cafes, and today we are here in this great hall. So thank you, Day, and everyone from Serbia for organizing it. Thank our colleagues from Slovenia, Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I hope that Dan is with us online, and the ones who are listening to us online, because it's a work day today. It's not easy to be, this is about 10, 11 working hours today. Our association was founded in 2009, and unfortunately we are the only active association in Croatia that deals with the protection of children's rights to both parents after divorce or dissolution, and promotes equal parenting as the best interest of children. Our name, the Croatian Center for Shared Parenting, was this name from the beginning, and it's very good to see that our colleagues from Serbia and Macedonia chose the same name. In our association, we are addressed by parents from all over Croatia, but not only parents, but great-parents, great-grandparents, partners, and so on. Everyone who notices that these children are psychologically abused. I emphasize this because in Croatia we have pandemic of grandmas and grandpas who address us because they don't see their grandchildren. And then we're talking about protecting vulnerable groups. We see that when grandparents can't see their grandchildren, covers both protecting the elderly and the children. Our work is based on 13 years of experience in professional publications based on scientific research in the 30 years, and we refer to their work, and we don't speak from the top of our heads, but we use the scientific research. We are often attacked by feminists because we are not an association of fathers, but parents, and what we do is something that we can always prove. This is some of our members. Don't be led astray by the smiling faces. We are the association with the saddest parents, but the most positive activities. The aims are the same as with our colleagues. Promotion of equal parenting in any case. It is not important if you make an agreement or not. The most important thing, the focus is children, and the child needs love from both parents, the protection of children's rights to the whole family, whether or not the parents live together. It doesn't mean that we stop being parents when we stop being partners, helping children and their families in achieving equal parenthood, and, very important, society, everyone who's looking at us to understand what shared parenting is and why it is important to protect our children. How did we start? We started with yelling, with shouting. In 2017, 18, 19, we shouted, we cried. In Marcos Square, where you have different, the presidents changed. They just closed the windows, but we took megaphones out and we shouted, give us our children back. Give us our children back. Stop violence against children and fathers. But we didn't just shout. We are people who are professionals. We are not just shouters. We organized a number of discussions, round table was named Child in the Focus. When parents address us, this is the Center for Social Services, the first that's attacked. And our cooperation with the Chamber of Social Workers is very good. And the Child in the Focus was made based on the experiences and research, and that showed to all of us and people from the institutions in the system that they can work with us, that we are not aggressive association of angry fathers, but parents, mothers, fathers, the grandpas and grandmas that want everything best to the children. These are some slides from our round tables to see how many people there are. We also made some documentaries. It is what it is. This is a documentary, short movie. It is about a dad who is trying to fight for years to see his daughter. It is it is what it is. That's something that this father was told when he was in the social services in the center, and the clerk said, the official said, it is what it is, mother is mother in Croatia. Today, this father, 9 years later, hasn't seen his daughter.
Je pravomoćna. To je osoba koja je zbog zlostavljanog ponašanja prema djetetu pravomoćno osuđena.
There is a final court decision for the mother.
Znate gdje je dijete? Kod te iste majke.
But you know where the child is. With this mother.
Film našeg pokojnog Darija Pulina.
My son is the film by Dario Pulin. It's he's late.
Putovao 1600 kilometara. Da bi jedanput mjesečno
traveled 1,600 kilometers once a month to see his son, and if he came 10 minutes earlier, he would sit in the room and wait, knowing that the son is there.
I da ga on ne smije vidjeti.
And that he cannot see him. I'm sorry for being emotional. Dario Pulin is our very good friend, and he couldn't stand this. We as an association, like all other associations, must be independent financially.
And my
speech today chose
kojemu u stvari osnažujemo
they chose that. It's a project that we use to help fathers to be good, to be stronger, to know how to be stable, how to fight for the rights of their children.
Partneri smo bili u
The
nekim
partners on
muškaraca,
partner projects,
To su
Fathers
sve,
Club,
projekti, isto tako komore socijalnih radnika. Ostao sam naglašavam baš zato što će danas
Father,
biti
and so on,
napada na
because
socijalne radnike, ali
we will
ono što je
hear
važno
people
da shvatite
criticizing social
Danas u
workers
Hrvatskoj
today,
slavi se
but it's
19.
important to
Mi ga slavimo već
cooperate
nekoliko
with
godina
them.
za redom.
Father's Day is
Mi danom
celebrated
očeva koji se
every
o
year
kojem se
in
gotovo nikada ne
Croatia.
govori.
This is a
Na
day
majki,
that
na
nobody
obitelji,
talks
na
about,
žena.
focuses on the
li
mothers,
uopće
on
zna neko od
women.
vas kad je
Do
dan
you
očeva
know
u
when the Father's Day in Serbia
Dan očeva u
is?
Makedoniji.
In Macedonia. Do you know when the
Dan-
Father's Day is? No.
Ne, evo, vidite, mi smo proguglali i
We
vidjeli smo na
didn't.
Google da
We
Dan
saw
očeva u Hrvatskoj
in Google
1903.
is
I mi 1903.
in Croatia
dan očeva,
is on the
ne idemo se
19th of March.
transparentno,
We go
i ne
with
vičemo, očevi su se
banners
očevi
and
su
we
gadni,
don't
očevi su na
walk
koma šta.
around.
Mi vam taj dan
We
čistimo
use
sa
this
djecom,
day
zabavljamo se,
to
radimo kreativne
clean,
radionice,
do
kroz
creative
mala vrata,
workshops
otvaramo
and
velika
so on
vrata,
with
otvaramo
children.
vrata
We are
ravnopravnom
opening
roditeljstvu.
big doors of
Ono što je
shared
jako
parenting.
važno,
What's
kako
very
kod vas, tako
important
kod nas,
in
tako u
your
Makedoniji,
country, in
Sloveniji,
our
Bosni i
country, in
Hercegovini,
Slovenia,
to su
Bosnia and
mediji.
Slovenia, and Macedonia,
Mediji su servis
media are the seventh
otvara vrata.
force, the seventh
Nas
power
može ovdje
that
biti
opens the
13,
door.
nebitno, može
We
nas
can
biti
be
13,
only 13 here, 30 or 130, but we are invisible if there are not media. In Croatia, it's very important that the media, we are very visible, very well covered by the media. It is very important for us, and because they share our message with the rest of
medije u Hrvatskoj.
Croatia. What is happening here is already in 3 media in Croatia, and once we come back, other media will call us to hear the news.
Ovo ću samo na brzaka, to je
This is
istraživanje koje smo
something
radili
short. This is
2020.
research from 2020. We sent surveys, questionnaires to see what people think, where children should live with. Only
podružnica, odgovorili je samo 42.
half
i tih
of
42 samo nam je
less than
31
half
dao odgovor.
of the centers answered. These are the answers that we got from this research. These numbers are actually written in black, but they're actually red because in 2017, living with mother was recommended by 78.12, with father 20.24, and with both of them less than 10%. This is why this happens, because there is the divorce rate is higher, and this makes the number of children that needs protecting higher. This is the data about the marriages and divorces from 1950s to 2020.
I naravno statistika
The statistics that confirms our statistics is that in 2020 that the recommendation for leaving children with mothers is, you've seen the figures. What we need is new standard.
Najgore kad nam najbolji interes djeteta postaje floskula.
It shouldn't be taken as
A ne shvaćaš što u stvari govori.
set phrase, when people just use it without really taking it into
Treba se
consideration.
temeljiti na čvrstim i temeljitim empirijskim istraživanjima.
Our
Djeca u svom
approach
životu
needs to
trebaju
be
oba roditelja u svojim životima.
based on the research and science. Children need both parents, and there shouldn't be any limitations to meeting and spending time with parents. Shared parenting should be the desired alternative, the best alternative from the point of view of a child, and we have worked a lot, and we are at the very start, and shared parenting will not be given to us, we have to fight for it.
Veseli ga neke didaktičke igračke, veseli ga jako Lego i veseli ga jako sastavljati željezničke tračnice.
Najdraža igra mi je legići, crtanje, bojanje i lovice.
Dijete, ako ima mogućnost da provodi vrijeme sa oba roditelja, treba što više koristiti to, da ne osjeti upravo tu tranziciju, ćemo reći, nego da jednostavno osjeti da može normalno komunicirati sa oba roditelja i da su oba roditelja tu za dijete.
Idemo skupa na trening, kad smo vikendom zajedno isto imamo igre, druženja, nekakve popravljamo nešto, biciklu, vozamo se. Mislim, svaki put je drugačije, idemo u zoološki vrt, ono što njega tada interesira na trening, nekad nogomet i tako.
U pogledu usvajanja novih znanja, mislim da između Adamove mame i mene nema velikih razlika, zato jer vrlo često komuniciramo i dogovaramo se i nastojimo da na neke slične načine Adam usvaja znanja i uči nove vještine.
Među nama nema podjele među kućanskim poslovima, svi radimo sve, tako nema ni podjele kod djece. Svi pomognemo pospremiti za sobom nakon igranja, pomažemo kod pripreme hrane, kupujemo skupa namirnice i zapravo svi radimo sve.
I believe that shared parenting is the normal way forward. So we have lived that for thousands of years. We have now created a very artificial model where we try to assign children to a father or a mother and assign visitation to the other person, which is not the way how life really unfolds. And we see right now what the devastating consequences are for entire generations who suffer from the outcome of that.
Naša ideja vodilja je ono što je sudska institucionalna praksa u Europskoj uniji, a to je ravnopravno roditeljstvo.
U biti neko ko se susretne prvi put s tim problemom, zapravo da ima neko ko će ga voditi kroz taj cilj. Jer kad se vi nađete u puno tih nekakvih i pravnih formulacija i pisanja dopisa, vozanja od jednih vrata do drugih, vi se izgubite u svemu tome. I tu je stvarno bitno da ima neko ko će vas voditi, ko će vam reći, gle, sad trebate se javiti tu i tu, a ne da ste zapravo prepušteni sami sebi i da tražite odgovore sami, jer nije se baš lako u svemu tome snaći. Evo.
Za djecu je najbitnije da imaju oba roditelja i da ako su i roditelji prekinuli među sobom da ne ruše te mostove, jer uvijek je tu potrebno puno ljubavi i u tom smjeru treba raditi.
Bez svađe, bez podjela, bez ružnih riječi, bez razdvajanja roditelja od djece.
Mislim da udruga zapravo pridonosi i nekakvom općem osvješćivanju činjenice da je ravnopravno roditeljstvo dobro za dijete.
Svako dijete ima pravo na lijepo djetinjstvo uz oba roditelja.
Odabrali tate.
Odabrali tate.
Tate biraju ravnopravno roditeljstvo.
Odabrali tate.
Jer je to u najboljem interesu naše djece.
Oba da i tate.
Hvala lijepa. Dejana, oprosti, malo sam pretjerala.
I'm sorry for taking too long, but I needed to show you this short film.
Hvala, Melita.
Thank you, Melita. It was very interesting to hear about the experiences and the data about the percentage of mothers and fathers with children. After this experience from Croatia, we will hear a story from the legal point of view from Serbia by Boško Arsenijević, a lawyer, who will talk about the connectivity of the law and prevention of domestic violence and shared parenting. Boško, please take the stand.
Pre svega, dobar dan svima.
First of all, hello everybody. I want to thank you for the invitation to participate in the conference. And now that I've heard about the several presentations, I realize that we are all in the region in the same problem and that we need to strive for this goal. What I'm going to talk about today is something that is a concrete situation in Serbia. It is multi-layered and it is typified by separation and family matters. And I as a lawyer, I am in the role of being on the side of one party or the other party in criminal proceedings, litigations. But in any case, following these problems, I came to some conclusions that can point to the fact that the application of the law brings misuse of institutions. Since 2017, there is a law that actually follows some tendencies towards European Union, and it's been conceived well, designed in a way that some institutions, identifying institutions that have to react momentarily once the violence is reported, and they then assess what the situation is, and then they follow the situation both with mother and father, and the child who is there lives with parents where there is domestic violence. In all beginnings, there are also flaws. So I would like to point to some of them. In the definition, for example, in Article 3, paragraph 1, immediate danger of violence, domestic violence, means that this is really very, very fast and very legal. First of all, there is no safe way to assess, especially in the situation when policeman who has a direct, immediate contact after reports of violence, when he meets or she meets this person for the first time, the problem, even though that person, that the officer has been through courses and education, it cannot safely determine whether there is grounds for the report. And then we have a legal problem as well, because the person who is reported as a violator is named possible perpetrator. In the legal system, it doesn't recognize a possible perpetrator. You have a person, this is a person who is not accused, is not a suspect in any kind of proceedings, and it is called a possible perpetrator. What is interesting, and we comment upon that very often, probably you've seen a Minority Report with Tom Cruise, where there is a team of precogs who prevent future crimes. But in our case, we need precogs as well, because the police officer who comes needs to be able to assess momentarily whether there is a possibility of violence or not, and then they need to investigate the reasons for reporting violence. Maybe even if a police officer has some previous knowledge, if there is, for example, the violator, possible perpetrator is drunk maybe or something like that, and after taking that person to the police station, whether this person will continue behaving violently or not, nobody can know. But what is typical here is, in 99% of the cases, the police officer just reports this to the prosecutor's office, and then this person is prevented from approaching the premises or the person. maybe this measure can be prolonged sometimes, and usually judges also just follow up after 48 hours. Some information are gathered, and information is gathered, and if no escalation of violence has happened in the meantime, sometimes the court just refuses the prolongation of the measure to 30 days after the first 48 hours. The reasons why false reports or charges abroad are conflicts between parents to maybe get some gain in a litigation process, or when the other person wants to gain some other rights, but usually the rights are emotional, a conflict, revenge, and so on, and it leads to one party bringing false charges against the other one. The procedure for determining false charges is first is to prevent contact between the parties in conflict, and after that we have a situation where the charges are actually end up as ungrounded and nobody ever mentions them again. One party is happy that it hasn't been legally charged, the other is happy because they got their gain, but it is these charges are actually used in the other proceedings in front of the court to gain some other rights. Usually when we have contact with parties who come with their problems and who have already in some proceedings, we can see and somehow prevent, maybe we can warn them that there might be false accusations, and if litigation in the court proceedings, you have one proceedings about, for example, community property distribution, and the other about the custody of children and divorce proceedings, for example, and then they use these charges in the other proceedings. We don't have any feedback about
neizricanje mere udaljenja iz prebivališta ili
whether the measure of
iz prostog razloga što se
when it is when one party is prevented from entering the premises or coming close to the other party, and we don't have any idea of what would happen if these measures haven't been given. In these situations, we can see that anyone who wants to gain some interest in the court proceedings, they reach for these false accusations and false charges, but they don't notice that by doing so they are actually doing harm to their own child, and this is something where this law can be abused and misused, and it is in this segment of shared parenting. When parents are in conflict, the children are expected to take sides. It is very frustrating for the child on the one hand, and on the other hand, it can cause psychological problems in children. It also causes parents to be more emotional, which can quite often escalate into violence.
Ono što bih vam još
Another thing, I will talk now about statistics. The Statistical Office of Serbia for 2017, when the law was adopted, and in the first 7,759 adults were brought charges against for violence. In 2018, a bit more than 5,000. This shows that this law is actually being implemented and is successful in elevating the violence, domestic violence. But, however, when we look at the figure, the 2017, out of 7,700 approximately, the charges have been rejected in more than 50% of the cases, and in 2018, almost half was rejected, more than half was rejected. It would be an indicator that in 50% of the cases we have false charges, false accusations for domestic violence. And the question is how much the system is being slowed down by solving ungrounded charges, and how many people who need the help because of domestic violence are left without help because the system is focused, has to deal with these false ones. So it is unable to respond to the basic problems, which means to keep the family together and keep the child safe from the conflict between the parents.
Pored toga, imamo čestu situaciju, to vidimo i po
Besides this, we have a very
neosnovano prijavljeni roditelj je tempirana bomba.
Falsely accused parent is a time bomb. We can see that in the media. And in this state of mind, they react and overreact because they feel that injustice has been done against them, and the system doesn't have time to prevent that, especially if there are some measures given and the child taken from that parent who was accused of violence. Then we have the problem with people who cannot, who succumb to the pressure and take things into their hands. The issue of shared parenting is multi-leveled, multi-layered, and every segment needs to be identified and sanctioned timely, which I agree with a colleague from Macedonia, that we should consider that false accusations of spouses for domestic violence should be taken custody, should be rejected, be given custody. Parents are equal in exercising the parental rights. This is the quote from the law.
Hvala vam mnogo, Boško. Bilo je zanimljivo.
Thank you very much, Boško. It was very interesting to hear data like this, particularly this data about the false accusations. I'm sure that they are stopping the system and enabling providing help. One of the examples, which is one of the examples we will actually mention, a month ago, an 8-year-old child, she was discovered in a flat where she was actually abused for a long time, and actually we did not know. So she did not go to school, she did not go to preschool. All of this time she was abused by the father. So this is one of the latest examples that we will hear from Maja Stojanovic. She's She's a psychologist and a systematic family psychotherapist from the Center of Social Works Sveti Sava Niš.
Sad ćemo da izađemo odatle i da otvorimo ovo. I F5. To je evo, ili tu. Evo, eto ga.
Hello, everybody, respected colleagues and dear friends. I really have to say that it's a great honor that for this opportunity to speak here, which I would say for years behind it has actually been very important for my profession. Shared parenting is actually the golden standard of all of the institutions that are into taking care of children. I hope that this conference will actually help us to make one other step. So it's been said that we made already one step, but let's make at least one step, if not a few more, to come closer to our goal. I come from the system of social protection, and I will orient first of all on the practices of the institution that I'm a part of. And I think it's very important to mention that we are not at opposed sides. So our interest is mutual. And we should fight to really function as one system, especially since we're talking about children. The system of social protection and services is oriented to helping all of the categories of society that are vulnerable, particularly including children. So when are children becoming part of the system? I'm sorry, you can't see it. Okay. So when we think that children are in danger, when they don't have good enough conditions to progress, everybody in politics and in the society say that we need to give children the conditions necessary to progress in every aspect. So we always come to the point where we see the term of the necessities of the child. This is established individually and in the sense of context, and it has different definitions. We still have different definitions and some unclarities about it, and it's still established negatively, not in the way that is needed. When we talk about divorce, which is somehow the separation of the family, which is today's topic, can we talk about what is the best interest of the child? If we follow logic, healthy logic, common sense, so that would be shared parenting. Divorce is, of course, a huge stress for the family, particularly for children. They're usually unprepared, they are anxious, they are under stress. And if the family goes through this transition from one kind of family to the other where parents are divorced, even when divorce happens, we are talking about family that has been destroyed. So yes, of course, the family still exists, but it needs to be connected by parenting. If the family goes this transition in the way in which it is expected, then in some time, children simply adapt to the newly created conditions and the newly created way of life. However, often from the statistic number, every third or fourth divorce in the Republic of Serbia, so 1/3 is actually high conflict. Here, the family doesn't actually go through the transition; it gets stuck. There are some intergeneration coalescences where we have a child that is in a coalition with one of the parents, and then we are talking about a conflict divorce that is intense. It does not include compromise, and it's often about topics related to children. And of course, the stress affects many different aspects of the development of a child. So how they regulate feelings, how they develop their self-respect, how they relate to others, adapting in school. These are only some of the areas for which even science has proven that they have problems in these areas after the divorce has been initiated. Of course, manipulation of children during divorce is one of the biggest problems. So, verbal and non-verbal cues which send a negative message about the other parent should be excluded. So, there are some 3 degrees mentioned in psychology, so professionally speaking, but it's not important right now. We'll hear about that in the following presentations.
koji su uključeni, a nisu sastavljeni od stručnjaka mentalnog zdravlja, smatraju dete se okreće, da tako kažem.
Mental health experts think that the child actually goes to the parent that is better able to satisfy the child's mental needs and necessities, and to the parent whose approbation the child seeks. Children who have been present with high conflict, this is actually proven to be the same as long year exposure to physical abuse. So Dr. Childress, who is with us today, he talks about 3 symptoms that should be a red light, more than a red light. That high manipulation is present, and we should take all steps to protect the child. Number 1 is suppression of the system of connection. The child biologically, in order to survive, the child actually forms attachment. There is a secondary attachment to other people who take care of the child, and today we know that the child actually creates 2 kinds of affection, one with the motherly figure and the other one with the fatherly figure, and the quality of this attachment is very important because they impact the development of the child. When we know that there are no shortcomings in the parenting, that the allied parent is not addicted, where we have no data about sexual or emotional abuse or neglection, where we have adequate parenting present that includes the parental rights, where the parents can actually establish some authority, we can talk about this system. The other, number 2 is the symptoms, how we can actually establish if the child has a narcissistic personality. like grandiosity, a lack of empathy, arrogancy, and so on. In practice, of course, we have a lot of examples. And of course, it is false. If we don't have any proof, we cannot talk about emotional neglection or emotional abuse. What does this look like in practice from the perspective of the Center of Social Services in Niš, from which I come? Well, it's pretty much like this. So the institutions are induced by this high conflict divorce. The more intense the divorce, the more institutions that you have involved, such as police. So many different institutions, also schools and mental experts are involved. From the center of the Social Security Center, you ask for an opinion about the parent, if the parent is competent, and we ask for an opinion. So and then this becomes a little bit more intense. And oftentimes, as we said, we have parallelly some kind of charges against violence, domestic violence. Unfortunately, in our country, such things happen almost every day, particularly when we have the child involved.
Nakon toga, tužilaštvo je uglavnom produžava na 30 dana.
So the court extends this to 30 days, and if the process becomes more complex, then we ask for opinions of other experts of the court.
U ovakvim situacijama.
So we do what we can. We have the recommendation of different institutions from 2021, but we still don't have any clear procedures to find how and how to act and what to do, how to organize. We often have different measures that need to be implemented. The parents are sent to parental advising organizations. Before the coronavirus, the effects of such treatments were actually quite minimal, only 7%. And I suppose we will hear more about this today, because here we don't even start working with the parent. The logical parent is what is with the child, what happens during all of this time. So such things can actually take time, of course, sometimes even a few years. Where is the child? So the child, we usually take it to different mental health experts to try and prove that the targeted parent really abused the child. The schools, of course, have experts, and they usually receive information from the parent only from one-sided information about abuse and the situation. The Center for Social Services, of course, gets the child taken there several times. And it already presents some symptoms, problems with loyalty and vertical division. We know that this is one of the most difficult conflicts for the child, problems. If there is an accusation for the abusement of child, so the child needs to be heard out by different institutions.
psihijatara dečjih.
even by child psychiatrists and so on, by different institutions, also by medical health experts.
Periodu izloženo manipulaciji roditelja sa
The child is exposed to parent manipulation by the parent with whom the child lives.
Ovo je čisto jedno
This is only one try to warn. This is a warning that it's not okay to take part in abusing the child. Can the practice be different?
Ja ću kratko proći kroz primer.
I will shortly go through the example. I have to say that it is allegedly good practice. I will say why. That our institution had. We had a child, 7 years old, that after the divorce was given to the mother, and there was no contact with the father because this was the court's decision. Soon after, there was an accusation for sexual abuse of the child by the father. Of course, there were different institutions, as I said, so the police and different healthcare institutions. So the cooperation of the mother with the center was not enough. We organized a conference of this case with all of the institutions. Before that, we had really good cooperation with such other institutions. So we actually completed a forensic interview with the child. We say that we succeeded this because this has still not been regulated by law in Serbia, which in this case was very important with the child because the forensic interview and the accusation, which has not been taken account later. This was done in controlled conditions, and after the court process has been over, it actually lasted for 2 years. This is why I said that it is good or not so good. Can we as professionals try and rely on resilience? I think that it's actually a lot of risk. So the process was 2 years long. Although everybody had goodwill to participate, even though we had the opportunity to have the forensic interview, still it was 2 years long. The process was 2 years long. What can we say? So what do we miss here? So we are missing a lot, but it's achievable. So we need to act on time. This refers to all systems. We need connecting protocols. We have protocols, but they're not connecting. We don't have enough employed people. If I can say so, I think that we are missing some institutions also that are protecting children. And we also need, we're also missing evidence-based protocols related to child abusement, specialized court experts and courts for family protection. Cooperation with lawyers, because we have some psychoeducation of the lawyers, and we often have a situation that there's a client and he says, my lawyer and we came to an agreement, so we have to fix this part. We need some advisement before the marriage and also before the divorce. What we currently have, which are our strengths, we have knowledge about high conflict divorce. I would say that really there has been a huge advancement in Serbia related to this and about the consequences that it leaves on the children. We have professional people who are ready to learn. We are not lacking enthusiasm as far as our center is concerned. I really have to say good things. We have a lot of experts who have been trained for the forensic interview, and this is really very important. It's an important strong point. And if we make a network with other relevant institutions, it will be even better. And we have cooperation with the non-government sector as well, which is shown here, that it can be very important. I would say that shared parenting is in most cases actually the protection of the best interest of the child, and it really should be a standard to include all relevant institutions and to really truly make it a standard. And so as sometimes we think of these people as less developed, but actually they say hello to each other by saying, "How are the children?" They seem to know that the well-being of the children predicts the well-being of the society. Thank you.
Hvala, Majo.
Thank you, Maya.
Dobri smo.
Okay, so we are okay with time, so thank you very much to everybody. Okay, so we're going to have a 15-minute break, during which we can refresh, and we can also look at the exhibition by the gallery in Sweden, and we'll have a promotion of the book about parent alienation in the afternoon. So, but still, we have time for that. So we have a 15-minute break, and then I will see you again.
Dobro. Možemo. Dobro.
Can we go on?
Nastavljamo
Okay,
gdje
we're
smo stali.
continuing from where we stopped after this short refreshment. I have information for you. We are greeting everyone who are following online.
Ljudi iz tehnike.
The technicians told me that there were about 200 people following the event, besides 50 to 60 of us here.
Sljedeći put zakupite manju salu.
Organizers, please take a smaller hall next time.
Šalu na stranu. Teme o kojima pričamo su važne bez obzira na
So the topics that we are talking about are important regardless of the fact how many people are following. In the second segment of today's conference, we'll have 3 longer presentations. So not to waste any more time, we will hear first Marija Mitković-Vončina, psychiatrist, clinical assistant at the Institute for Mental Health in Belgrade. She was a medical student of the university where she is active also. Maria, as you can see on the display, she will talk about different phases of non-shared parenting. Do you have a presentation?
Znate sve, i ovdje dole samo. Okay.
Poštovani dear organizer of this very important conference, dear audience here and online, it is my great pleasure and to have this opportunity to be here with you today with so many people who appreciate shared parenting. I work at the daily hospital of the Institute, and I'm not a court expert. I don't work with small children who are apparently most affected with the things that we are talking about today. But what I hear from the children I work with, which they are over 15 years of age, what I hear, these are the sentences that I hear from them, that, the young people from 15, 16, even 90, 20 years of age. Let us not forget that the brain develops up to the age of 25. They repeat these sentences that I hear from the colleagues who work with smaller children as well. What they have in common, what they have shared is actually the problem in shared parenting in their families. Today, as a psychiatrist, even though the most important thing is the topic, what happens after the divorce, it is very important to have a wider context of the parenting that's not shared, because it starts before divorce. What is shared parenting? It is something that we take for granted, that we know what it is, but let us go through some definitions. There are many definitions, and if we check them out, we would see that it is about sharing responsibility of making decisions for the child, be that during the marriage or after divorce. Both parents are primary parents. They are responsible for caring, and they support healthy development of their children, and children identify them both as primary parents. provide supporting care. This is the most important thing for positive parenting. So that it can be provided. There are two preconditions. One is that care can be provided by a parent who feels well, and the care can be provided by a parent who is involved and has an opportunity, contact with the child, to provide it. I can't switch to the second slide. I changed slides here, but it doesn't show on the big screen.
Sad sam izašla, nije mi prebacivalo dalje od ovog slajda, jer možda se... Sad ćemo probati pomoći. Jasno. Sad kad ide na full screen. Sad hoćemo. Hvala. Izvinjam se na ovom.
Sorry about this.
Pardon. Ali kada roditeljstvo nije?
When parenting is not shared, it is non-shared when parent is absent for some reason, whether it is an illness, a death, there is a legal restriction. But what we are focusing on today is that non-shared parenting is when the parent withdraws from the parenting role. When we mustn't forget this. When there are parents who withdraw from parenting role, they don't. And the other thing is when one parent compromises the parenting role of the other. Parenting is not shared even when parents want to, but they can't communicate due to the lack of skill or insight into what the child needs, lack of knowledge as a parent, which can also result in conflict of loyalty in child. Parenting is not shared even when the parents don't have a joint front, when they send different messages, when the child has to assume a role that's
kada dete postaje kanal komunikacije između roditelja.
When a child becomes a channel communication for parents, parentification of
ja sad ne znam da li je prevod za ovaj spousification.
Spousification as well. There is no translation into Serbian when not sexually but in psychological sense one parent compensates for the lack of a partner through the child. And one segment that's been mentioned already, a culturological influence. The family is a part of a wider community, and it is known that a child needs both parents. And how important the father is involved. Not like in a maternity hospital, for example, when they say visitations are not allowed, but a parent is a part of a child and mother and the family. A father cannot be treated as a visitation. So this paradigm has been changing slowly but steadily goes towards recognizing this role. But the data from our country speak about the fact that fathers are always perceived culturologically as a secondary parent, and the mother is there to change the decisions or determines the context for father's involvement, which leads to withdrawal of father from the parenting role, and there is dissatisfaction of father as a consequence. We will hear several times during this day where this non-shared parenting leads. It first leads to a serious levels of toxic stress, which is a phenomenon that leads to interruptions to development of brain, and it can have effects of emotion. It can have effects of emotional violence, abuse. When the father is not present, because a child has an egocentric system, the child will connect this with himself or herself, which means that the conclusions will be: my father is not my safe base, my parent doesn't love me unconditionally, something is wrong with me, and closeness with others is not safe. And once the parent withdraws from the contact, there is grief, loss of identity, experiences, childhood experiences of wider family activities that are important, and relationships that are important for healthy development. From our psychiatry perspective, and that's why I was invited to this conference, is to tell you what actually leads to non-shared parenting. When we are talking about the wider aspect of it, we still don't have enough focused research, methodologically soundly set, to give us some reliability to detect concrete mechanisms. There are more recently quantitative research. We have more and more data, and we should work more towards this. But what literature shows about non-shared parenting is aggressiveness, be it reactive or instrumental aggressiveness, which is connected to the lack of empathy and using aggression for personal gains. The problem, a huge problem, which is actually beneath it, is uncontrolled anger, because we don't have emotional regulation is lacking. We see that in adolescence, and it can appear in parents, and then it leads to very, very severe consequences after divorce. Dissociation, for example, can lead to avoidance behaviors, dissociation from one's own experiences, and so on. At the base of parenting is attachment, and various forms of unsafe attachment are connected to disinformation. Some parents who come, they actually don't know that the child needs parents to communicate well, to develop properly. Deteriorated mentalization, which means recognizing one's own mental state and mental states of others, and there are limitations of intellectual and cognitive capacities which can also disturb these processes. What is related most to the topic is the personality of the parent. The personality is unique. We have our traits. The combination of our traits give structure, and this structure can determine the level of functioning, healthy, and disturbed, and psychopathological. Integrative review of literature that the parent that alienates child usually are, when these traits are highly pathologically emphasized, when the patterns are problematic, when they are pervasive, and they appear in different ways of life, emotional work, and when they're permanent, when they are, then we are talking about personal. So we have these maladaptive characteristics. So when we are talking about personality, this problem area in psychiatry, in development of psychiatry in the last 10 years, this is very dynamic. We had categoric model, and now we have Dimension model and MKB new concept, which talks about dominating traits that will color the dysfunction and the patterns that can appear. We will hear during these 2 days and very important psychodynamic approaches, but as a therapist,
baš konkretna uverenja
therapist, I will go back to what are the beliefs that we have through traditional DSM, paranoid, schizoid, and schizotypical disorder, paranoid, suspiciousness, vulnerability, distrust, schizoid, I don't fit in. This cluster will have this avoidance, re-examination, and it can reflect on partner relationships and relationship to the child. The second cluster, which is actually related to the challenges of shared parenting, these antisocial, narcissistic, border, histrionic, they are typified generally by problems in regulating emotions. They have beliefs that are different from I'm a potential victim and I need to use instrumentalization and manipulation to protect myself. Then I'm in border personalities, I'm a loser, or nobody can, histrionic that attracts others through various behaviors, and narcissistic, which reflects inner. They abuse the others so that they could confirm their deficit, compensate the deficit in self-confidence. So narcissistic parent will use these patterns in relationship to the child, especially after divorce, when there is competition between parents and child has to satisfy the narcissistic demands, which are very traumatic for the child. The third cluster are people who are structurally anxious, which can lead to the problems, the avoiding personality due to the fear from judgment, will avoid closeness. The others will show that when people are not with them, then the child will be parentified or spousified by these parents, or obsessive-compulsive, who due to rigid control over situation, over parenting and other parents, falls into this trap. So the personality disorders are connected in literature, like bipolar, depression, obsessive-compulsive, addiction, psychotic disorders to a lower degree, but it happens as well. But what's very important is that all these people, including these severe disorders, are people who need to be observed as people who need help. They don't feel well, the people around them don't feel well, and they need intervention. This is something that when we feel that somebody uses aggressiveness, especially against the child, we feel
doživljaja da se radi o zlu.
Feel it as something evil, but behind all that, there are dysfunctional psychological patterns behind that. Why some parents don't change patterns that devoid their children of shared parenting, even when there is a chance to be denied parenting right, when you tell them how it affects their children. Sometimes it is very difficult to some parents to leave that pattern. The answer is that this is for the same reasons that made the pattern appear. This is a schemata which shows what are the factors that can lead to non-shared parenting, and this is a very complicated network of factors. It is
našim datostima, bilo
both the experience from the environment, our predispositions, and interaction between them. But I would now focus on the sources of information of parents, because we are quite shocked how deeply rooted this is. There was a study done supported by UNICEF and the Institute for Health and Institute of Psychology. The sample of the parents answered questions. It was a study about physical punishment and how parents see that. We asked them what is the source of information that you trust best: our parents, other parents, schools of parenting, priests, and so on. And most of them chose their own parents as the most important source of information. So transgenerational pattern is very strong, it is obvious, and it is connected to this what we are talking about today and other issues as well. So we who help experts who help families, we should know that and have to dissociate ourselves from that, and we ask the experts the same: health, education, and so on, who get in touch with parents and imagine what was the result. Who the experts trust most?
Hvala Bogu, u manjoj meri.
A little bit less, not 80%, but 18%, but it is the most dominant group for the same source. Interestingly enough, the experts are those who are involved in helping parents. So this generation, in prevention program, we don't pay enough attention to this, because it can be a main barrier to change. People go to the workshop, they understand what is good for your child, what's not, and once they go back to school, to go home, when there is an emotionally charged situation, they just go back to these transgenerational patterns. Now, this is more complicated schemata. This is transgenerational abuse. These are some mechanisms that lead to abuse being transgeneration appearance. 1/3 of the parents transfer it to the next generation, 1/3 breaks the pattern, and 1/3 is still between. The most important thing is that whatever early stress there is, especially the one that's connected to the relationship with parents, such as abuse or denial of parenting, leads to toxic changes in development of mind and brain and body. I will give an example that there is a chronic influence, and they go to the brain, which can affect depression. So the brain needs a stimulus that are adequate. They don't, in this kind of parenting, those stimulus are not appropriate, especially the hormones that are released in chronic stress. They have a toxic effect to the brain with those parts for processing emotional and social information, parts of the brain. So in start we have problems, and after in development it's of course becomes more serious. We have genes that we inherit, and they code what will happen with us, but it is to a certain effect, because environment experience has possibility to program something. So when genes are attached, things are attached, there are genetic influence from the environment. So you can see a plant that lived in a certain environment that was not unfavorable for it, and these epigenetic markers due to trauma are there for the next generation inherited. This is the program that we made with UNICEF. Feed the Hand That Loves has these 5 pillars of parenting. This is where we paid attention to gender-balanced parenting as a precondition. There is a guide. We started education, and we hope that the prevention before escalation, after the divorce, the prevention through continuous work with all families and noticing small signals will lead to a better situation after the divorce. Let us not forget that many disorders appear up to 14 years of age, and the other segment until the 24 years of age.
Hvala vam, Marija, izvinjavam.
Thank you, Maria. Once again, sorry for being a policeman today. It was very interesting to see and practice and check ourselves on these disorders. I found myself in 5 or 6 of them. I don't know exactly where I belong to, but I think obsessive-compulsive is the strongest in my case. Okay, let's get serious. We will continue with Gordana Buljan-Flander. She is an expert in various fields. We know her work, so she will tell us about an important thing, and it is manipulation of children in divorce and emotional abuse. Thank you very much. Dejan is not here. He's here. Dejan is all around. Congratulations for the organization of this conference. I think that it will lead to a certain improvements in those who are listening and who are not. And I'm happy to see that we have gathered here today. We've been working about 10 years on this. I see some colleagues from the institutions and centers here. We have NGOs, and it is very important to cooperate with experts and to hear them. And that's why it is important to talk about emotional abuse from experts' point of view and experience. Working with abused children for 40 years, I've noticed that in the last 20 years, there are more children who have been emotionally abused during divorce. it is very neglected how these children are emotionally abused very often. When we are talking about abuse of physical abuse, in emotional abuse, the judge will ask whether there are visible proof. It is a systematic physical health, emotional needs of children, especially emotional. When we are talking about definitions, they depend on culture, the level of development, health, discipline that we are talking about. But this is a public health issue, and what the doctor said, we must know that these are high rates of morbidity when we're talking about child abuse, and according to the World Health Organization, 1 in 3 children of the age 18 have been abused emotionally or in other way. Some focus things on in emotional and psychological abuse. The definitions are based on various aspects, for example, the behaviors of parents, the response of society, but I like this one most, and I refer to it this one from 2001. These are behaviors that make children feel unloved, unwanted, threatened, and that something is wrong with them, and they are worthless unless they meet somebody, satisfy somebody else's wishes. The DSM-5 says also that psychological abuse, from the expert point of view, is a verbal or symbolical act of a parent or a caregiver which results or will probably result in serious psychological damage. Let's not wait for these for the consequences, but let's react to the behaviors that we can detect and identify that they are likely to lead to damage. How to recognize it? It follows other forms of abuse, and it actually leaves very long consequences. One part of explanation is, especially in our region, is the traditional bringing up, like shame on you, nobody can substitute a mother. We use some patterns of behavior when we bring up children, which are actually inappropriate, considered inappropriate today. The second problem in research, it is very, very difficult to prove emotional abuse, and the operationalization varies depending on the culture. In the USA, neglection is emotional part of emotional abuse, and in Europe it is as a separate thing. I've worked with many of them, hundreds of them, and it is for them it is absolutely unimportant how we will define these things, but the most important thing is to help them. I would support what a colleague said. When we focus on children, then we will not then we can work together. So physical and emotional abuse. This is what the child said. I said that I will kill myself if she hits me again, and she said that it was better to kill myself, that she doesn't have to do that. It hurt more than any of her blows. This is an illustration that the child drew from a highly conflicted divorce, and the child explained this by saying that he would like the bruises to be on the outside for everyone to see, not on his soul where nobody sees them. Let's see what the experts do, who are sometimes part of the problem instead of being a solution. Experts are also interested in the future address of the child. They judge which parent is better, and then we will give the child to them. That leads to, and more experts are included, it leads sometimes in conflicting situations. And then then parents try to prove themselves and show themselves in the best possible way, or to explain to us that the other parent is bad and to prove that. And then they present themselves as ideal parents in tests, personality tests. You can see the scale of lying very high because they want to actually make themselves look better and the other parent worse. We have to bear this in mind when we work with parents and when we make decisions. Do we contribute to abuse? Do we contribute as an organization to that? Are we a part of the problem or the solution? If we support the parent who is abuser, we give that parent time, and this is, do we contribute to abuse? Do we ask children about their authentic feelings as soon as divorce starts, or when a child already become identified with the abusing parent? Is child benefit above legal issues and so on? We have to ask those questions ourselves. I would just need to go through defense mechanisms, through generally abused children and physically abused children, projection. And that's what colleagues see every day. I'm good, I'm okay, but I worry about the perpetrator because he's not strong enough to bear that projected identification. If they hit me, I must be wrong in something, regression, any form, denial. When you ask the child how you are with father, how you're with mother, they say everything is fine. Rationalization, they do everything for my good. My parents want me to be happy. Disassociation, I don't feel, I don't remember. They actually project emotions of the abuser. Split was also already mentioned. Cognitive distortions, reading mind. My peers think that I am worthless. I know that nobody will help me. I know that black and white thinking, overgeneralization, labeling, personalization, emotional, so on. You have them on the slide. So let's see if we see that in emotionally abused children. I think that we could recognize a lot of them. This is a letter from a child who wrote it to the dad. Dad, I'm writing this letter to ask you, why are you doing this to mom? She would never do that to you. She would only, she wanted to keep the family together, but this is what you did to us. I don't want to see you. I'm afraid of you. You can change, but you don't want to. You don't want to give money for us because money is the most important for you. I don't know why you did it. Are these, what the information is not appropriate for a child? Everyone can see what which means. I will not analyze the letter, but we see obviously who abuses the child here. who has the inappropriate emotional attitude. Something that happens very often in experts is you ask a child, who do you want to live with? I always tell this is a illustration. This is a small child, and this is how burdensome this question is for that child. This is a very abusive question, and we see that very often asked by experts. And the main apparent difference, psychologists know about that. With mother, I like everything, she's bad. I would change nothing, she is best. The father who abuses, with mother, I like making cakes, and I don't like her making me study. We get that with open-close sentences. The main apparent difference, my colleague spoke about this, about grandiose self outside, and it seems that the mechanism is such that it appears that the self-esteem is okay, that the child likes herself, his or himself, but what we see outside is that they only have something against the parent, but actually the truth is quite opposite. Self-esteem is actually there, the lack of self-esteem. We actually, what term to use? Alienation, manipulation, and so on. I would like abuse to be named what it is. If spousification, parentification, it is dissociation for love and safety. If mom and dad expect from me to choose one of them, then this is abuse. We don't need to rely on the models of alienation. Even if it is not in its full form, our assessment can point to the direction where the problem will lead. We have to react, especially in splitting, the process of splitting, even though it doesn't have to necessarily be splitting as such, but if there is likelihood that it will happen, we have to react. It's easy for you. You've left the stand, and now I'm here with a knot in my stomach. Now through internet we will hear from Swedish Ombudsman Elisabeth Dahlin, who will talk about the best interest of the child and parental rights, just to see whether we will be able to connect her.
Okay.
We can hear her, obviously.
So, Elizabeth, if you hear us, you can begin with your address.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Very good, very good. And you have the PowerPoint presentation?
I hope we can find it. Just please wait for a second.
I cannot hear you very clearly. Can you say that again?
Yes, I'm trying to find your presentation, or maybe if you have it, you can share it on screen share.
We sent it to you yesterday.
Oh. Yeah, it's here. Can you please just wait for a few moments until we downloaded it from USB? Yes, it's opened now, Elizabeth, so I don't know how we shall do it, but I'll try to follow your thoughts. So, you can begin.
I'm Elizabeth. I'm the Ombudsman for Children here in Sweden. And I will talk a bit about the best interest of the child and parental rights with the Swedish experience. Can you take the next picture, please? The rights of the child. Many times we discuss what is the best interest of the child and the rights of the child, and that means that all decisions or other actions concerning children should always have a child's perspective. And this is based on the Convention of the Right of the Child. And the most important part there is the principle of the best interest of the child and the right of the child to be heard in all matters concerning the child. And this puts the child in focus with all decisions or other actions that may affect an individual child or a group of child. But it's also about attitudes, about knowledge and ways of working. But the basis is to look at children as competent citizens who should be listened to and get a feedback whenever there are consequences for the children. And for the last 30 years in Sweden, we have had a development where children do have a role as rights bearers. And step by step, that has been incorporated into the Swedish legal framework. Can you please change to next picture? The rights of the child. We are very happy on the 1st of January 2020 that the Convention of the Rights of the Child became national law. I mean, Sweden had ratified the convention already, but we could see that there were very many weaknesses in how the convention was really adhered to. And that means from now on, all legislation concerning children must be made in accordance with the Convention of the Right of the Child. And the fact that the physical and psychological integrity should be respected in all circumstances, and that children should be heard in all matters. But also about children knowing their rights, because if you don't know your rights, you really can't claim them. And that any decision concerning children should be followed up and evaluated. And this is also very much at the center when it comes into custody cases, and not only custody, but the right to meet your child, and for the child to meet the parents, and how relations should develop. And when it comes to custody, it's not only where the child should live. It could mean that there could be a joint custody, but that the child usually stays with one of the parents. But we find it essential, particularly in custody cases, that children themselves have knowledge about their rights and what they mean in practice. So that's why we say we should protect the child in court, not from the court. Protect the child in the legal process, not from the legal process. And we also see it's important to follow up how were the effects of the different decisions concerning children. Can you please turn to picture number 4? What does having custody of a child mean in Sweden? Children, according to the convention, have the right to food, to clothing, a safe place to live, so they can develop in the best way possible. And whoever has the custody of the child, joint custody or sole custody, is responsible to fulfill these rights. And care and accommodation are not dependent on each other. For example, a child can live with one parent, but both parents can be custodians, and they both need to assume the same responsibility for the child. Can you please turn to picture number 5?
Sorry, we just have a few technical problems, but I hope we can solve them Just a second,
Yeah.
please. Yes, maybe you can keep talking and we'll try to...
I'll keep talking. So, who can be the legal guardian in Sweden? And I think this is important. Legal guardians, that could be both the parents in Sweden, if the court has not given the custody to one of the parents, or children could also have other legal guardians, one or two other legal guardians, depending on the case. So the one who is the legal guardian has a very heavy responsibility for the personal circumstances of the child, and need to look after the child depending on age and maturity, of course, about the total care of the child, about the protection, the safety of the child, and make sure that the child is raised in a good way. Often when we talk about violence against children, we talk about physical violence, but violence can also be psychological, and it could also be negligence. Negligence of not fulfilling the child's need of psychological support, or physical negligence. Not having winter clothes in the winter, not getting the right food, not being cleaned, not being taken care of. So it's a very wide responsibility that parents have. However, custody and where the child lives are not dependent on each other. A child can, for example, in Sweden, live with one parent, even if both parents have custody. We can also see many cases, particularly where there are older kids, but also younger ones, that the children will stay 1 week with one parent and 1 week with the other, or the parents decide to have half week with one parent, half week with the other. So, but custody does not mean that you have to live with the other parent. That could also be visiting rights and other ways of connecting between the child and the parent. A major change that took place in Sweden and in the legal system, that's issues with custody, where the child should live and who the child should meet, is gender neutral. That means in the parental code, it's not mentioned mothers and fathers, but parents, whoever the parents are. So that was a big change of naming parents, particularly with same-sex marriages. In picture number 6, if you please turn to that, I just wanted to give you a little background on how the legal system has developed, because there have been many changes in the legal system when it comes to parental equality in Sweden, because also of changes in the society. In 1950, we got the parental code in the legal system. That meant that parents who were married with each other had joint custody of children. However, if the parents were not married and there was a single mother, she automatically was the sole person with custody of the child. So if you were married, both parents assumed responsibility. If there was a single mother and the parents were not married, the whole custody was in the hands of the mother. However, with society changes and family changes in 1973, it was changed. So in the parental code before, there was like a punishment of the person who had broken the marriage rules. The one who was responsible for the separation did not have the same right to meet the child and custody of the child. But that was changed in 73. It was not the guilt or fault of who had taken initiative of separation. But it was very clear it should be made out of what was for the child. And at the same time, the father's possibility of custody was enhanced when parents were not married to each other. And that was very much due to society change. A lot of people were living together without being married, and now the fathers got the right of joint custody even if the parents were not married. And in 1976 already, unmarried parents could go to court to have joint custody with the joint children. Furthermore, in 1983, parents could, after divorce, have joint custody of the children without having to go to court if the parents were agreeing on the matter. In 1991, this was enhanced, so parents should, to a larger extent, both assume responsibility for the child and were encouraged to themselves to discuss how custody issues, living issues, and how the child should relate to both parents and meet both parents. So a big responsibility was transferred back to the parents. In 1993, we had a further legal change, and that was that the court should always assess the risk if a child met one of the parents or legal custodians, if there was a risk that the child would be abused, unlawfully abducted, or kept back from the other parents, or would risk in any other way to be harmed. A big change came in 1996, where the child's right to express their opinion on custody and of meeting the parents was enhanced. And it was further enhanced that those doing the investigation, when it came to custody cases in court, should also try to clarify what was the child's view. What did the child want to do, so that the child's right of self-expression became enhanced. In 1998, next step, the law was very clear of trying to find a dialogue between parents, and that they should try to find a joint solution rather than to go to court. So parents who were already agreeing could from that point on themselves regulate custody, where should the child live, when should the child meet the other parents, under what circumstances, etc., and that the parents themselves could make a signed agreement. The courts did not need to intervene. And a major issue in this case, it was that this reform should encourage joint custody, and that joint custody should be used to a larger extent for the best interest of the child, and actually that the best interest of the child became part of the law. Which was further enhanced in 2006, but it was clarified it's not about saying what is wrong or right for the parents, or parents need to meet the child, but the assessment should be out of the best interest of the child, what is best for this individual's child. And in most cases, joint custody was presumed to be the best interest of the child, and it was enhanced how important it was with the ability of the parents to cooperate with each other. They might divorce from each other, but they could not divorce the child. Last step that came in 2021, that I think was a major step, and that is that the social services, the family court or the court could listen to the views of a child without one or both of the parents agreeing, and without the parents being present. Before, there was a need for a permission from the parents, but we could see that in so many cases when there was violence involved, that the child was afraid of expressing the views. So now there can be a direct interview with the child, of course, out of age and maturity. And furthermore, there was a new rule about an information dialogue with the parents who wanted to start a case with custody in the court, that the parents needed to have a supervised dialogue. And the intention was to try to solve the case out of court and really make the parents to try to find a joint way forward. And this was the responsibility of the municipalities, because they are the ones responsible for the family courts. But this was a way of trying to get the parents to find a joint way forward out of the best interest of the child. Could you please get the next picture? So it's picture number 7.
Yes, it's on.
Who then are the parents in custody disputes? However, yes, I mean, there are many different cases of custody disputes, but there has been made a lot of research in Sweden. I don't know if it's relevant in all other countries, but it was where we tried to see who are the parents who end up in these severe custody cases and conflicts. And one conclusion in Sweden, that was that the parents who were involved in severe custody crisis were usually parents of children who were part of a social and economically socioeconomic group of families who had difficulties. So that meant that they were the most vulnerable families and vulnerable children. Their parents were the majority of these custody conflicts. And I think the interesting thing in the research conducted was, is a custody conflict a legal judicial conflict, or is it a symptom of a problematic and crisis-prone life situation? That does not count for all the custody conflicts, but the majority of the conflicts were more with very socioeconomic vulnerable groups. Next picture, please, number 8. What are the risks for the child when there are severe conflicts between the parents? And here research really has shown that deep conflicts between the parents at the moment and after a separation has severe effects, negative effects for the children. The higher the conflict level, the worse consequences for the child. And we see that we have ample research showing that conflict on custody increases the risk for the child to develop behavior problems in school, as well as psychological ill health, both in short and long term. Even the physical health of the child can, according to recent research, have negative effects. In a major government investigation that compared the Convention on the Right of the Child with other laws in Sweden, we could see that there were failures in the present other laws, which made that the close and good contact with both parents that are basically essential for the child could be prioritized rather than the child's absolute right of being protected from violence. And I think this is something that is very high on the political agenda right now in Sweden. What is the best interest of the child if there has been violence in the family against the other parent or against the child, or the child witnessing violence in the family? That this should definitely be considered when it comes to custody cases. Last picture. So what do we need to improve? And we need to improve a lot in Sweden, but we are by no means have all things in place. We need to have a higher competence in all our courts when it comes to children and children's rights. For instance, we are the only Nordic country where we do not have specific knowledge about children in the first instance in the courts. We also need more knowledge about how violence actually affects children. How does a child who has been victim of violence and witnessing violence actually act in court? We also see that it's so important in all custody cases that the child has their own legal representative that does not represent one of the parents. Because issues on custody, issues about where the child should live, issues about how the child should meet both parents concerns the child a lot, but the child is not seen as a part in these court cases. And we think it's a fundamental right of children that no child should, against their will, be forced to have a relation with one of the parents. And thus it's so important to have a child participation in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I hope you could hear the applause you received for this presentation.
I did. Thank you. I can't see you, but I could hear them.
Thank you. Thank you once again very much for Swedish experience and for sharing with us how your legislation changed in the last half century or so. Yeah. Dobro, tako smo stigli I do kraja ovog drugog dela.
This is now we are reaching the end of the second part of our conference. We have a half an hour break and then we will open a panel discussion for an hour and a half and we will What I announced already, I will repeat at 3 o'clock, we will have a promotion of the book, Alienation by George Neshkov and Branko Brkovic from North Macedonia. If you haven't checked out the photographs in the lobby, the exhibition enabled by the Swedish Institute, this is an exhibition named Parenting, Equal Opportunities for Both Parents. See you back here.
Možemo polako da
Okay, so we can continue
programom.
with today's program.
Sada nam sledi panel diskusije.
We have a panel discussion with 4 participants whom you can see here, and number 5 who will be joining online from Macedonia.
Savka Todorovska iz Savjeta
It's Slavka Todorovska.
jednakost, ravnopravnost. I nova osoba koju vidite za stolom.
And the new person who you see is Dragana Ćorić,
ombudsmanka,
the provincial ombudsman, assistant professor at the Faculty of Law in Novi Sad.
Pa bih voleo
The rest of them had their presentations. So now we have time to focus on some details, some topics that we had to wrap up quickly previously.
koji nas pratite.
And also everybody who is following online, please join in. You have a chat option. You can send your question or any observation, any comment,
I to uključiti.
and we will include this.
Tehnička će mi signalizirati nekako. Dejane,
Technical support will signalize somehow. Dan, so I would start from you as the organizer
nekoga koji je inspirator.
and somebody who inspires this whole thing. What are your impressions? I think that that we all in the region, we have similar problems and situations,
Izazove
challenges that are in front of us, and it was very interesting to hear the experience from Sweden.
da i oni doživljavaju da ima još.
So we heard that they still have some things to work on. So what are your impressions? First of all, I want to thank everybody.
Samo Dejan Pavlović stoji naravno čitav.
And of course, the whole team is behind this conference, not just me.
Zahvalan sam na svemu.
And I'm very thankful for everything. This is the first part that I have to say. So these are people who helped us in many different ways.
U stvari, onaj drugi korak
I think that now this second step that I said that we have to do, we have actually started making this second step. Another thing that I want to say is that I have gotten up a little bit. When I see your reaction, and when I see the reaction and listen to the presentation of our colleagues, I am sure of this.
Sa svih strana iz sale, ali to je samo znak da možemo.
So this is all a sign that we can definitely do this.
Imamo u stvari taj problem i tu je ono što sam...
We have this problem, and this is what I said in the beginning of my presentation, that we actually have not recognized this in the right way. You maybe have a different feeling as part of the system, but I see that actually we are on the same way as Maya said.
Gordana.
And Gordana, we actually are. And you who have talked to me in the meantime, we actually are on the same line. Maybe that's the best way to say it. And yes, one bit saddening fact is that in the 1930s, there was a program of child neglectment that was established by a foundation. It was supported in Serbia, so it took 80 years. Sweden, 50 years ago, as far as I could see, about 1950s, Sweden started a similar thing. We, according to to family law, we have made some advancement, but we actually still have not started applying this in the right way. We had some kind of information at some point with no evidence. Actually, I could never acquire information about evidence, so there was only the beginning. Now it's time to start applying it, and your reaction is such that it is actually the time to start. Of course, with the Swedish embassy that has supported us, with everybody who is following us, I am getting information about who is following from North America, all the region, and Europe. I really hope that everybody who is a member, because I'm a professional worker in the organization, but so there are others too. We know now that we can make the second step. To fulfill the second step and move on to the third one. I don't want to talk much more because I think there are so many other things to hear from our guests. So if there are any questions, I will answer. Okay, Dan. So, Dragana, we still have not heard anything from you, so she joined us in the meantime. And she will have to go before the end of the panel. So, what are your impressions, Dragana, and what do you think as the Ombudsman for Child Rights? What do you think you can do, or what do you think you can contribute to get closer to the goal? Well, first of all, hello everybody, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. Before I was an ombudsman, I was actually one day about 10 years, yes, 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I met Dan Pavlović. And this is how this started. I'm unconventional in many ways. As a professor, as an ombudsman, I'm in this position since last year. I was unconventional because I thought that simply there is some kind of discrimination of men, and there is some kind of discrimination of fathers in some cases. And I think that Dan's example and his personal life helped me to research these opportunities as a lawyer, as a person, and now as somebody who is in this position. The position, as I said, of Ombudsman, I've been ever since March last year. I have a capacity to understand that we should not fight for gender equality only in the way that as we fight for something that is imposed on us as women, also as towards men. Only the mother is the person who is able to take care of the child. Of course, yes, there is this kind of psychological and emotional, of course, other experts maybe know better. There is, as I said, biological, psychological, and so on, predisposition of women, but of course there are some women who are not cut out for that, and that's okay. So the life in 21st century is still, I think, we have some gender stereotypes still in this region, that he is here to bring the money to the table, and she is here to give birth. So I'm sorry that although we have some democratic processes, we have advanced. Of course, not always, but in some cases, we still have come down. Our role has come down to the reproductive function. What I can say generally, to show the sensibility of the institution from which I come from. 2 months ago, we started some supervision because of domestic violence. Do you know who was the victim? The man. We said that this does not have anything to do. So, from the media, we knew that there was a heavy case of domestic violence. And it was in the way of clickbait that we found out about this. And the man was the victim. So we should not be looking at this through any kind of discrimination, particularly not gender discrimination. As I said, I will be here so until 2:30. I'm sorry that I have to go earlier. If you have any questions that you think you can ask me as a representative of this institution, so we look at the way how other institutions apply the regulations, but we can also initiate processes, legislative processes, when we see that there is a breach of international law or standards. When it comes to the law of children, we talk about the most vulnerable category of any nationality, any sense, any category. It's very vulnerable. But we also start processes because of domestic violence itself. Between 60 and 80% of cases at the annual level that the Ombudsman has refers to child rights and breach of those. Sometimes children are direct victims of domestic violence. And sometimes they are in the condition that there has been some kind of psychological abuse, specifically in the situations in which you talk about. So, for example, parents which are actually acting as adult children, or actually, to say it more commonly, they're acting like those children who are playing in the sand. We have really tried to estimate and to find the best interest of the child, and trying to not be personal. That's it. Thank you, Dragana. So we have time for questions or comments, be it live or be it online. But online, so now Slavko Todorovska will join us from Macedonia. She has started her own institution in North Macedonia. So, Slavka, hello. And I would like you to introduce your own organization and to explain how you see gender equality. Thank you, everybody. Hello. And hello to everybody, dear friends in Novi Sad, to such an important gathering and such an important topic. I'm saying hello to everybody. As a difference to yesterday when we had some rainy weather, today we have beautiful weather in Macedonia, saying from Skopje. There is an important task in front of you, and please, I would like to say that you are doing this in a responsible way. You're completing the task. This is the reason why I'm here, to try and contribute this work today. I'm an activist for female rights as human rights, particularly for participation of women in the structure of deciding, of prevention of gender stereotypes, sexism, based on gender stereotypes, domestic violence, and political enforcement of women, climatic changes, and the peace and security of women. For all of this, for a long time, we've been working for 31 years, to be more precise. As one of the obligations of women is to try and shake off this gender role with their partner that has been present and around for centuries. In order to be able to establish their own career personally for them, and sociologically speaking as well. This fits with the activities that you are doing. This is why we are supporting your contribution to shared parenting, which refers to parent involvement, in which both parents take equal responsibility for raising their children. This simply means sharing time, financial support, and other aspects, we think, and this is why we support that in equal shared parenting, both parents are supposed to be present in everyday activities of their children, such as bathing, such as feeding, transportation to and from school, and extracurricular activities as well. Both parents, for us, as we see, should be sharing their responsibility for important decisions regarding their children, such as medical health care, religious beliefs, or cultural values. We think that parenting is often seen as a way to promote gender equality and to teach that children should have equal relationship with both parents. This is beneficial to children because they have support from every aspect from both parents. We are working on this, and we think, and we are sure of this, that shared parenting can have several advantages, both for children and for parents, including simply personally the woman, because of this stereotype that still follows her, and maybe this also brings her the fact that how she experiences herself, and if she's no longer part of matrimony, that she itself wants to take over the role that should correspond her. From our relationship and from the way we see these stereotypes, we want for the woman to understand that she can divide this with her partner, be it if she's part of a union or not is not important. She can still share it. The outcome for children is better if both parents are included in their lives. They usually have better academic results, they have less problems in behavior, and they have better outcomes when it comes to mental health. This is simply because they have emotional and financial support from both parents, which can promote the sense of safety and stability. And the woman in itself does not have to carry such a burden that she needs to think that this is only her responsibility. Gender equality is also promoted here as part of shared parenting. It can help in the promotion of gender equality, and it can question the traditional gender roles that says that mothers are the primary guardians. Shared parenting can help break these stereotypes and promote the division of the workload that comes with parenting. We have been working for 30 years in our programs, not even thinking about that we should look from this perspective when parents are separated or divorced. This is why now I especially want to salute you, to say that your goal today definitely fits the goals of our organization, and I want the women to understand that this stereotype role should be overcome, both when she is married and when she is not. We also want to say that it is a lot better and there is less stress if parents share their parenting tasks. It also results in better mental health care for both parents, not only the child. And also it stimulates open communication and cooperation. Also, the financial outcome for the family is a lot better when both parents are involved in sharing the tasks. Better financial results can be said both for parents and their children. There is also a better balance, a better work-life balance for the woman. It can help to both parents, of course, not only the woman. If they divide these tasks between themselves. In Macedonia, we have today, when compared to the 1991, we had only 5 women in the government. Today, with our advancement, we today have in the parliament, we have about 50 women. And we have the initiative, and we are expecting the next elections to be half, 50-50. So when you divide these responsibilities between the parents, the woman out of 24 hours, so to worry about the children, to worry about the structure of decision making in her work, she will have more time to give herself the opportunity to have more time for herself and for her work. This is why the gender components and the equal parenting, shared parenting, and gender equality is very important in parenting because, as I said, it questions the traditional gender values. This is the past. This is why we try to. So the traditional model oftentimes leaves the woman responsible for the majority of the raising of the children, which actually generates a gender pay gap as well. Equal parenting, for which you are also trying to promote. On the other hand, it also promotes a more equal division of work between the parents, which can help in destroying these gender stereotypes and the promotion of gender equality. If both parents are equally included in the raising of their children, it sends a message to their children and to the society that the parenting is not only the responsibility of the woman, but it's a mutual responsibility of both parents, the mother and the father. This can help in creating a more inclusive society, which respects the contribution of men and women in parenting and upraising of children. We simply think and support this because the equal shared parenting can also be useful to women, because it makes it possible for them to fully be or more fully be present in the workforce. It can also bring them better labor opportunities, financial independence, and and a higher salary. Shared parenting can promote all of the previously mentioned. It can lead to a more inclusive and more just society that respects the contributions of both men and women in the upraising of children. The promotion of shared parenting after the divorce requires a joint effort from politicians and from mental health experts. There is a way to promote this after divorce. Maybe I have something ready to tell you, but maybe because of time, try to encourage the parents to work together. Give them support for joint shared parenting. Try to promote the creation of law for shared parenting in order to resolve this legally. We want to give priority to the best interest of children and to say that the statistics related to shared parenting can be made according to the Eurofund. We are interested. We have seen that in 2016 how the European Institute created this and how this has been evolving ever since then. I mean, we can send this because of time. I don't want to talk too much about it, but I can send it over. I can give you this in writing. This is why our organization, for gender equality, and me personally also, we support shared parenting from the position of women, because we have been exposed to patriarchy, starting from family all the way to society. If you have shared parenting, then the woman will overcome all of this, and she will have more gain, both her and her children, in every way. And as we can all see, that shared parenting in this organization, for our program, for our work, you have two important components. Number one, women receive, and children receive too. This is very important, and this is why you have all of our support. Good luck.
Hvala mnogo, Savka.
Thank you very much. You mentioned so many important things, and it is very important to hear the opinion of a female organization that agrees with the equal participation of men in the upraising of children. Now we have some questions online. If you want to ask us any questions, you can also do so in the chat or send us via our website. Okay, so Maya and Maria, this is a question for you, I think. I think this is your area. What would you tell experts for mental health who are rejecting the breakage of the traditional values? Have you ever had such situations? What do you think? This is kind of a drastic measure. So if somebody is so pathogenic, so what do you think? That's a very good question. Thank you very much. When we talk about those aspects of manipulation that go all the way to the abuse of children, and when we're sure that this is present, then the protective separation is actually the condition without which we cannot do anything. This is the way in which we will have to act if we want any legal changes, first in law and also in the acting of all of the institutions. First of all, all, we have to have clear indicators. If we have clear indicators and indications, and if we stand behind our word that it's a pathogenic parenting, that the child has been manipulated and emotionally abused, then the only way to resolve this is protective separation, which doesn't mean cutting off any parent. This is only the first step for the child to get out of the situation where the child is completely connected to the pathogenic parent and where it has been used. This is the start of many problems, as we said. So for now, in practice, I don't know that this has happened, that the children has been separated from the parent in this case, and we don't know, we don't have any protocols how to work in this case with any of the parents and with the child itself, because when you have a child that is alienated, that rejects the contact with the parents, you need to work with this child in a certain way. We'll hear more about this tomorrow, some good examples from America, how this is done. I hope that this will be a part of tomorrow's presentations. So I think that this is a huge contribution how is happening today in Novi Sad. Yes, we have to work with both parents, right? Yes. Yes, and this is actually protective separation in those situations is definitely a condition without which we cannot even expect any changes.
Maria,
you have said something about toxic stress. I think this is exactly that. If you have pathogenic parenting, if I understood correctly, can you elaborate a bit more about this? What does it look like? How does it manifest? Stress in itself, it doesn't have to be pathological. There is positive stress, so for example, stage fright is kind of positive stress. So stress is something that induces the physiology of our bodies in the neurological system, but it doesn't lead to complications. And the pathology and the pathological stress induces the mechanisms of defense in order to fight with this kind of negative stress. In young children, this is particularly pathological because it impacts negatively all of those brain structures which develop after birth, and all of those receptors for the stress hormone are responsible for the formation of personality, and this is why the toxic stress itself is so bad for the child. Of course, that the relationship between the parent and the child is the most important relationship and the first one in this world for the child. So the stress that comes from parenting, literally not having a parent or having a toxic parent is an extremely strong stress for the child, because the child is not able to survive in any different way. So the child has to decide for one parent, but this is pointless because the child will lose regardless of which parent the child chooses. This is why it's very important, as the Professor Flanders said, to consider this as emotional abuse, because then we'll be able to register it and recognize it more quickly and in a better and more precise way. In other sectors, we have more precise protocols how to do this. We are responsible to recognize any doubts that we have whether somewhere there is emotional abuse or not, or toxic parenting. So if we are able to recognize the early signs of it, or if we prevent toxic parenting from happening based on some small signals which are predicting this, then we are the only salvation for these children. Although the toxic test connects to the early stress is complicated to explain. So I work up until young people of 24. the movie. So many times I've seen an adolescent who actually says precisely things that have been presented in this video. So every story is a story from itself. Remember how many these cases we have, how many different cases we have. People who are 18 years old, let's say the last time this is what happened, the person was 18 years old and parents had not been talking for 10 years. And we had this motivational talk with the parents so first of all, to get into the room together and maybe to come to family therapy. This young person has a completely different facial expression and way to look. I cannot believe that they are together in one room and let alone talking to each other. So we hear what kind of family therapy, we're not a family. This is a statement that we hear a lot. There are many people who don't understand the importance and the definition of a family. So psychoeducation is maybe the way for everybody all of us who come in contact with the parents. If we make sure that they know what to do, precisely one constatation that we received, we should not focus on the pathology of personality. We should focus on the narcissistic personality present in the society. But this is a job for all of the sectors of society, not only one. A question connected to what you were talking about, Sid. We talk about parenting and custody so much related to the court. Later, instead of in the beginning, so we should talk about the diagnostics first. Isn't it normal to stop any kind of custody talks until you establish what it's about? I have to admit that as a person who comes from healthcare, I am not present in the court, and I have some similar things passing through my head. It's very important to regulate the law, so protocols are imminent. But I have to ask, do we have a protocol that actually makes it possible to make this kind of judgment and this kind of diagnosis?
Neki deo priče za to dete u problemu I zahteva mnogo veći trud da se to reši.
By the time that we reach this, we don't have a protocol, and by the time that we reach this question, a lot of harm has already been done. In the case of every divorce, maybe the protocol that will psychoeducate the parents and try to estimate the risk at a more precise level at both the parent and the child and prevent the whole situation from happening. Maybe the question has a point. Yeah, it definitely has point. I mentioned this in my presentation, that we need the divorce advising before divorce. We have to change the system, and we have to give initiative for changing the law as well when we see that the law needs to be changed. So many things have to be done because we are in this profession. We have so few people who work who work in these different positions. We don't have time to do all of those things which we should have been doing. What I feel confused about listening to the ombudsman and other people who have presented, that we've been going through transition for years, and we've been fighting, and of course all of these are positive things, and we want to win some new rights for women now and in the past. We see a huge difference in gender roles, but we are still stuck in some stereotypes still. When we talk about women's rights, I'm a woman, so I'm talking from this position. I feel like we are still strongly stuck to some stereotypes that are making it a lot more difficult for us to advance, and this is really, it really makes it confusing for us.
Ili o čemu god da se radi. Ali, s druge strane,
on the other hand, I think that for shared parenting, we should talk a lot earlier before there is a separation of the family or divorce. Shared parenting in this environment is not present in a family that are untouched. You also in your presentation said that we have a stereotype that can pathologize this relationship. We have a mother who thinks that this is her saint obligation. She's the regulator of behavior. So many things need to be changed, and we need to start from something. I really think that this conference, although there is a focus on the problems that although the focus is on families stuck in transition, we should talk about challenges of shared parenting when the parents are still together. I apologize if I can add. I do agree with you. I just want to add one thing. All of this thing of shared parenting can also can be seen as a previous question, as we Laura say. When we are parents, we share everything. We will forget about gender stereotypes and gender roles. So only Arnold Schwarzenegger could give birth to the child and milk the child in the movie. So there are some things for which really only the women have biological predisposition. For example, like giving birth and giving milk to the baby. All of the other things can be shared. So this kind of shared parenting, first of all, before we even become a family, so when it's still us, like you and me, so we're still you and me. We are still not we. We're still not a family. So formally seen, we are spouses with no children. So let's differentiate this and let's talk about this in the beginning, and let's try to avoid this situation where we have to talk about it when the child is already involved. Many times trying to find a solution so late leads you to the wrong solution. And I'm afraid that just as in this book by Lev Tolstoy, we create new unhappy families. The person who grew up in these unhappy families, so they become unhappy, they grow up unhappily, and I don't know how this person will have any capacity to be able to create any kind of normal family if the person comes out of the pathological family that he or she thinks is normal. Then what can we expect? Okay, that's it. I'll have to go soon. I just have to. So since the question is what we should be doing, I think that we should remember, I'll try to be as short as possible. So first of all, the ban on employing in Serbia, the position of all of the different, how can I say it, of all of us who have a need for some kind of support, yes, for some kind of support. So there are more and more of us. The lack of professionals in social protection. So there were 500 people in Serbia, so 500 social workers, to be more precise, in Serbia. But obviously, so the problem is in the level of support. Even if we have the protocols, not only in Serbia, because I know with Mr. Savka, I met her in 2018. I know the situation in Macedonia. We know about the situation in Bosnia. It is even worse. So Slovenia and Croatia are a bit better.
But
there are more professional workers, but we don't, even if we had protocols, we don't have people. People are afraid. We have pressure from different sides and different kinds of pressure. Somebody who can be giving support, the pressure is such that people actually are not even coming to this conference because they're probably afraid of this. I'm not talking about everyday politics, I'm talking about social politics. We have to change this in order to reach the topics discussed in this on this conference. We have to start from something. We have to stop with this, the child goes to whom. We have to introduce more equality. That's it. Thank you. I just want to say something because I will have to go, unfortunately. So this kind of like stuck with me, this the child to whom, just like this paper. So we look at the child pretty much like an object, like this paper. So who is gonna get this precious thing, this object? It's worse than this common property that people have. All of this kind of Balkan mentality. This part of Balkan mentality, whoever gets that the child is the boss, we have to stop this here so that the child cannot be seen as an object that is some kind of a reward. All of this institution disappeared with the Roman law a long time ago. You cannot decide how to organize the whole life of the child simply because you gave birth to it. I'm sorry that I have to go. Any questions that you have during this day or the second day of the conference, and I think that you do have them, and if you think that maybe we can answer that, please send this to the organizer of the conference, and he will forward this to me. I will gladly answer all of the questions. We have high level of responsiveness, so we answer to everybody, even if it's not our responsibility, we try to answer. I wish you a successful conference. I'm so sorry that I won't be here to hear the rest of you. But please continue because you're all on the one side, and that is the best interest of the child, not of the couple, who is right, the mother and the father. So the children are the creators of future. If we don't help this, then we will not have future. Thank you very much, Dragana. I think it's correct. I can tell you this as a journalist who once actually sent a mail to Ombudsman. I got the answer within 10 or 15 minutes, so really they are very, very responsive.
Dejane,
Dejane, we have a comment that's about what you said, that nobody talks about the lack of the education of experts. It's not about the number of experts, but the education. Yes, but the lack of the education of experts, of course, this has been actually said by people who are in the system. This is a conference where we have some information. We gain some information, but that should not be the basis. We should. Okay, so we have Dr. Childress who will in the afternoon talk about some programs, that we can, as far as I know, with his consent, we can apply. So we have some kind of basis of something that is applied in America. Why is the Swedish embassy here? Because Sweden is interested, but really it is interested in introducing examples of good practice here. Other countries also are interested to make it possible and have good practice in our country as well. People who are in this topic are following this. We have collaborators. I don't want to say friends or anything, so collaborators who are really capable. Okay, we have some other questions for Maya and Mari. I think it's you again. Who are the best people to answer this? One question we will reserve for Dr. Childress, and that is, which therapy is the best for pathogenic parent, and is there any kind of therapy that is successful for this? Maybe the doctor can respond this question a bit later.
Kako prepoznati situaciju?
Another topic, how to recognize a narcissistic parent that doesn't have a custody and claims that the child has been alienated. So how to deal with this? I suppose you have had this kind of situation.
Dakle, kako prepoznati situaciju?
How to recognize the situation in which the narcissistic parent that doesn't have the custody claims that the child has been alienated from him.
Roditelj koji ima narcisoidne karakteristike i tvrdi da je otuđen. Kako sad to prepoznati?
How to recognize?
Neko lično iskustvo, a ne verujem da može da se sad obrazlaže detaljnije.
Znate kako, opet su nam tu važni protokoli.
Well, it's really important to have the protocols that the professor will talk about. The diagnostic criteria that can confirm that if the person has narcissistic traits or not.
On zapravo to i ne čini. Znači, tu su nam jako bitni evidence-based.
The evidence-based, as we say, so really something that was based on science and research. This can help us estimate. It's a huge responsibility, so it's really inconvenient. Yes. Okay. So Maria wants to say. No, I just want to say one thing. I agree with her. We really want things to be differentiated and really like black and white. In reality, this is not like that. We have many factors in the day hospital. We have the different kind of parenting problematic, and it's very different. It's very difficult to differentiate. So this is why we need protocols, and such protocols are needed.
Inače se mi ovdje u sali čujemo.
Pa onda neću ustajati, hvala.
Yeah, I will not get up. I'm Maja Petrović. I'm a lawyer. I don't have any comments here, but what I can see as a lawyer that generally in the society, precisely since people don't trust the expertise of our employees, then I have to question everything that you say. When somebody says a narcissistic personality, people don't believe this. Then they say, oh, it's not that. So you get discredited as soon as you say such a thing, and then we have to prove and involve all the medical experts and so on. There is no trust. People have a problem trusting. There are some mechanisms how to check it, I guess, but here with media we have a huge problem in our personal experiences. Say that the media is the biggest problem and people don't trust experts anymore. Yes, mental health care experts and me as a psychiatrist. So first I'm a doctor, then a psychiatrist. I see the difference between me and other colleagues from other areas of medicine. So to enter somebody's mind, to try and put yourself into somebody's shoes, and to try and help, this is not easy, particularly since since people sometimes think they know more about mental health than others, or more than about physical health. So people are they always complain about I don't have enough this, I don't have enough money, I don't have enough something. I'm not a judge, but we should not be angry about this. We should try and maximize the level of psychoeducation that we give. The brain has plasticity, that's what she wants to say, until the end of our life, and we have to use it. It's an economical organ. What gets repeated actually is established in the synapses of the brain, and other things are forgotten. So maybe we'll get some results. I just want to say one comment. Our colleagues from the Center for Social Protection, they said, but how? We have some literature. We write this and that, and then we send this to the court, and then they give it back. So now, where is the child? It's not only the lack of trust by people, but it's also among institutions. We don't have enough connectivity. We don't have a good enough network among the institutions themselves. Okay, since this is since I'm close.
I have been working for 17 years in the center and been working with abused children and alienated children for years. And I struggled together with my colleagues to raise the quality of our work in the center and to and I would like to comment on this question, how to recognize a pathological parent. I don't think that people who work in the institutions, in the centers, don't have the knowledge to do that, but they don't have the support of other institutions. This is something that requires work, and you have to work with the entire family. Maybe you can't recognize it at first glance during the first interview, but you start working with the family, and what you are offered by the family, you can see beliefs of both parents, and then you have the child that forms the opinion, the child formulates what the child thinks and feels, and when you take it all together and when you observe the alienation problem, then you observe all the strategies that are applied by the parents, and the people who work in the centers can recognize these things. Tomorrow I will talk about the challenges of the social work centers that I mentioned. What is important now is to work on psychotherapy, and people who work in the social protection is to work on parents' beliefs, and it is a very demanding process. It is very important that we, as experts, also work on our beliefs, especially on the belief that the system of social security and protection cannot be the system that can solve these complex problems. Other systems have to be involved. Health system must, and the beliefs of judiciary system have to be changed. It is I don't know if there are colleagues from this system, from the system of courts and prosecutor's office, police, health, education. We all have the same task, not only social protection. Health, pediatric services, for example. Diane says in the next conference, we will have another conference. This was a good introduction to hear Dr. Childress, who's joined us. And the question for him, which therapy is best for pathogenic parent, and how successful any therapy is for severe pathogenesis.
I'm a clinical psychologist, and as a clinical psychologist, my focus is on treatment, not custody. And the discussion of custody, and I'll talk about this in my talk, is actually a symptom. And if you believe that this is about custody, you are participating in the pathology. It's a symptom. The actual pathology is the child rejecting a parent. That's an attachment pathology. And the treatment for an attachment pathology is to fix it. And I'll talk about that. Edtronic, still phase studies, it is immensely easy to fix attachment pathology. But first you have to diagnose it. If the treatment for cancer is different than the treatment for diabetes, the treatment, and what we're looking at here, is possible child abuse one way or the other. We have one parent who's making some sort of allegations that the targeted parent is abusive. That's possible. But if it's not this parent who's abusive, then most likely we have a pathological parent who's creating a false attachment pathology, a shared persecutory delusion, which is child psychological abuse on this side. So we're looking at either way the assessment's coming out, it's going to look at child abuse, one side or the other. What's the treatment for child abuse? Protect the child. Physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, psychological abuse. The treatment for child abuse is to protect the child. No treatment of mine for physical abuse will ever be effective if I'm sending the child home to be beaten with electrical cords. So in the first step to treatment is not a treatment plan for child abuse, it's a safety plan. Suicide, homicide, and abuse, the first step is a safety plan. Once everybody's safe, we then move into treatment. The treatment is for, so we get a protective separation period. The treatments I would recommend, and I'll talk about the treatment protocols I'd recommend tomorrow, but I'd recommend dialectic behavior therapy because we have a personality disordered parent. So we need the structure of that. The problem is dialectic behavior therapy is treating the personality disordered parent. We're actually treating the effects, the attachment pathology. So I would also bring in emotionally focused therapy from Sue Johnson and Edtronic and kind of combine those two, the structure of applied behavioral analysis and dialectic behavior therapy informed by the attachment therapy of emotionally focused therapy. I'd also layer on internal family systems therapy that deals with the family component and helps develop authenticity, self-authenticity for the child. So the treatment protocols, once we get an accurate diagnosis, are pretty straightforward and pretty easy to do. But nothing's going to work unless we get an accurate diagnosis.
Okay. Hvala, Dr. Childress.
Thank you, Dr. Childress. We will have more time today in the afternoon and tomorrow, and this is also an invitation for all of you who are following us online to hear the presentation of Dr. Childress from 4 o'clock. So I would leave that for later. Now we are coming closer to the end of our discussion. We've received a couple of questions and comments. How to solve the situation where court in high conflict situations on family expects assessment from the Center for Social Work, which is not mandatory. So in case of incompetent solution of the case, decision on the case, nobody is responsible because it is not everybody's responsible. All the chains in the system of decision-making, the opinion of the social work center is not mandatory, but is taken into consideration. It is definitely one of evidentiary material. in high conflict divorces, but the opinion of the center is asked when it is assessed that it can be relevant. What is lacking is not that this opinion is not taken into consideration, but connections, fast connections, timely decisions in making decisions of the institutions is lacking, in my opinion. Another question, just let me find it. How to make lawyers and judges go through, take training as mandatory. You talked about that, you too. Microphone. Because everyone who's following online and for the interpretation purposes. My colleague and I were present at training for judges who are obligated, if they're involved in family law and makes decisions, they have to take training and get a license. Do you know how long it was? 1 day, 5 hours. It's the High Cassation Court judge was there. I mean, the content is, of course, appropriate, but it is just too short. I believe that without 2 weeks training is just not enough. Because you have to go through some case studies and stuff like that, some examples. Maybe I'd follow up on this because this is something that we're working on. There is a project supported by UNICEF to provide social psychology support to adolescents. In schools, people are just, there are not enough people who work on this, and we calculated in our services that we need at least 17 more specialists. We have 13 and we need 17 more. We just said that there are not enough of us. Yes, it is a huge obstacle. It is an obstruction which comes from the fact that people don't have enough time to do their job. I'm not sure. I don't think that we don't have expertise, but there is not enough staff to use the expertise that we have. Training for experts from education sector, for example, was 10 days, twice 5 days. Now we have supervision. Now the people who got the training, they do the interventions. We hope $1,500, and the mentors who are trained are doing supervision. One thing is to take theory, do the workshop, and how to implement it in practice. That's where the problem arises, and maybe this model should be applied here as well. Perhaps to get some encouragement from Mr. Childress. What is the situation like in the USA? Do you lack the experts like we do? It will be easier for us if you say that you have the same problem.
Yes, we have the same problem. And actually, I would agree with everything that's been spoken here today by the Serbian and regional professionals. I disagree with Sweden. And I think, my personal opinion, I'll talk a little bit more about this. Serbia and this region, from what I've heard, is pretty advanced, and you're right at the stage of moving into the solution. I think you're conceptualizing the problem properly, and I would put my estimate, I was thinking about it, I'd put this region about 5 to 7 years ahead of Sweden, and probably right with the United States. maybe a little, because the United States is like a big boat, which everything that is going like this. Whereas you guys are more like a little sailcraft that can kind of move more agile. So, yeah.
Možete dati.
Your remark about Sweden. Can you be a bit more specific which part you don't agree or disagree with?
I will
Thank you.
discuss this a little bit in my, let me offer an example. There's a focus on the word, the child's best interests. That's a manipulative statement because it implies that everybody who disagrees with you is not acting in the child's best interests. The truth is, we are all acting in the child's best interests. We just disagree about what that is. And so it's a manipulative statement to say, we're acting in the child's best interests, implying you're not. And so it's that kind of communication. The other example I'll give, I'll talk about this. I have 12 associated clinical signs. Number one is use of the word forced. I predict that this pathology will use a specific word based on everything. That's like in baseball, calling my home run to left field in section 207, row 17, seat 4 in the cup holder. I am predicting a word use. She used it. The use of the word, we shouldn't force the child to have a relationship with the other. No. That's not the way to think about it. We're giving the child an opportunity to be loved by both parents. That's the truth. But it's a manipulative use of the word forced to disempower our ability to treat the pathology. And so those are, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, but there's a way of thinking about it that they're not oriented to. That this group, the regional and Serbian groups, I didn't hear any of that. You guys are having the proper way of thinking about it.
Radujemo se popodnevnoj sesiji.
We are very happy and we're looking forward to the session in the afternoon, today and tomorrow. Okay, if Savka Todorovska is still with us, I would like, in the following few minutes, to hear some impressions that she has about what we talked about. I don't know how much you were able to listen, Savka. Do you have anything to add in the end? Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you. Okay. Yes, I was following you the whole time. And I can only say a personal example that when I was only 7 months old, I was left without one parent. So she was born in 1924, and I'm saying this year, her birth year, because there were no social workers at this point, there were no psychologists, you did not have centers for social work, for child care, giving custody to children in this way or that way. I was born in Veles, and I lived with my mother, and my father was from Titovo, and Veles is in the central part of Macedonia for people who don't know, and the other one is in the northeast, so about 100 kilometers of distance. For every winter and summer vacation, my mother, so I was with the family of my father. And today that I am 80 years old, and from my experience, when I have 2 children and I have 4 grandchildren and many female members who have this or that kind of experience or kind of history or story to tell with the development of their own families, how we think, I can say that the love that you get from one side or the other side, the care from one side or the other side shows that positive and emotional and common sense individuals are born and developed in this way. So according to the program that we create as an organization, and according to my personal example, I consider that both of my families from both of these places, so Veles and Tetovo, during all of this time when we were children and when we were developing, and even today, so we still feel that we are one family. This is my message, and this is what makes me believe in this, that I try to pursue and advocate, to promote, to in this way try to create common sense, healthy individuals. These are children that will grow up to be people in society, and they will create their own families. They will create a society that's supposed to have common sense, to be healthy, to be mentally healthy. This is why I think that this conference of yours, this contribution of yours that you are giving, I completely support this, and I think this is a good direction that should be accepted by the institutions of the country. And everybody who is a part of this now should take this message and try to promote this and to create a law that will promote these purposes, these goals, that will contribute to children, first of all. Thank you very much, Slavka. This personal example is lovely, and I think that this is the best way to end this part of today's conference. Thank you very much, and I say goodbye to Skopje. Thank you also very much for responding these difficult questions and for being part of the crossfire. It's time for a longer break. We have 1 hour. It's 3 p.m. We have a book presentation by George Meshkov and Branko Brakovic. The book will be presented soon. We are free until 4, and then Craig Childress is going to start his part about resolving custody conflicts, and also an online presentation by Melanie Greenham about dark personalities and reunions of families. I'll see you at 4 p.m. Okay, so we have gotten a green light from Houston, so we can continue. In the next 90 minutes, you will listen to our esteemed guest, Dr. Childress, who will talk about the return of clinical psychology to court-involved custody conflict, and then we will have a 15 to 20 minutes break for discussion and questions. And then we will have a conversation online, a very interesting topic about dark personalities and induced delusional disorders. So we will have very exciting 3 hours of the conference now. So please, Mr. Childress, the stage is yours.
The floor is yours, please.
No, but it's not showing. There we go. Well, thank you for inviting me over to this conference. I appreciate all the conference organizers. I appreciate Sweden and the Swedish Embassy for hosting this conference. To give you a little bit of my background, I'm a licensed clinical psychologist currently living in Washington State in the US. And my background is in trauma and child abuse. And I spent most of my life working with children, not in the family courts. I've worked with pretty much everything else. But I'm a trauma psychologist out of foster care, which is why I'm here, because this is my pathology. This is trauma and it's child abuse. And it's specifically my pathology because I'm in the transgenerational transmission of child abuse. I have early childhood mental health background, specialization, ages 0 to 5, and that is the transgenerational transmission of trauma, spot on, is child abuse. I was a director for a 3-university assessment and treatment center for children in foster care, and Child Protective Services was our primary referral source. So I'm familiar with child abuse up close and personal. And to begin my talk today, I just want to be clear about something. I base my work and all the work in clinical psychology on the established knowledge of professional psychology. There is no such thing in clinical psychology as parental alienation. That does not exist. When that term is used, I don't know what people are talking about because there's no definition for that. That is an accepted definition. That the use of parental alienation, in my opinion as a professional psychologist, the use of that term in a professional capacity is substantially beneath professional standards of practice in clinical psychology and is in violation of ethical standard 2.04 of the APA Ethics Code. And I strongly recommend, I strongly recommend that everyone stop using that construct of parental alienation and only rely on the established knowledge of psychology. Now, the general public can use that term to talk about things, but the professionals should not. The professionals need to be relying on established scientific knowledge, and there is no defined pathology that's accepted in clinical psychology called parental alienation. I spent my entire career since undergrad in psychology. I never heard the term parental alienation until I went into semi-retirement and came over to the courts. And you guys have a whole new pathology that's kind of made up with no definition to it. So we need to go back and ground ourselves in established knowledge. There is a shared persecutory delusion. That exists, and that has definitions. There is a factitious disorder imposed on another, a false attachment pathology imposed on the child for secondary gain of manipulating the court's decisions. That exists. Child psychological abuse exists. Spousal psychological abuse exists. Attachment pathology exists. Dark personality pathology, as well as a child's triangulation into the spousal conflict through the formation of a cross-generational coalition with one parent against the other parent, resulting in an emotional cutoff in the child's attachment bond to the other parent. That's family systems. That exists. So you can use any one of those kind of concepts. Those actually exist. Don't use parental alienation. The Standard 2.04 of the Ethics Code of the American Psychological Association requires ethical practice is mandatory. Psychologists' work is based on the established scientific and professional knowledge of the discipline. The established psychological knowledge of the discipline is attachment, family systems therapy, personality disorders, complex trauma, child development, self-psychology, and the DSM-5 diagnostic system. That's the information that's required to be applied. This pathology over here is a trauma pathology. The way you can recognize trauma is that trauma adds the word extreme to any of the symptoms. Extreme sadness, suicidality, trauma. Extreme anxiety, panic attacks, trauma. Extreme anger, rages, trauma. Extreme behavior. Here we have extreme family conflict. This is about as high as family conflict gets. It's in the courts, it's going on for years. That's a trauma pathology. We are in the world of trauma. When we're in the world of trauma, trauma is pattern. ADHD isn't pattern, it's a regulatory problem. The child can't regulate their systems. Autism isn't pattern, it's a relationship pattern. Trauma is pattern, it replicates pattern. Trauma, to describe it, is like throwing a rock into the lake. There's the rock of the abuse, the splash of the trauma, and then the ripple out into the world and across time. What we're dealing with in the family courts is a ripple. It's the ripple of sex abuse. And physical abuse shows its ripple in the justice system. Kids who are physically abused go into the justice, into our jails. Where does the ripple of sex abuse show up? Nowhere. It's not to be seen anywhere. It's in the family courts. It's the attachment pathology. I had mentioned before the 12 associated clinical signs of this pathology, and there's reasons for each one of those, and I'll go into them today and tomorrow. But the first one, the one I put very first, was the use of the word forced. Now, there's no other pathology that we can say ADHD uses a specific word. Autism uses a specific word. But with this pathology, I can predict a specific word usage because it's pattern. In school, in like all the rest of pathology, we force kids to do things all the time. We force them to go to school, we force them to go to the doctor, we force them to do their homework, we force them to get out of bed in the morning. We force kids to do things all the time, and that's called parenting. We don't put kids in charge of what they do. And if the kid doesn't like their math homework, we certainly don't appoint an attorney for the child to represent the child's interest because the math teacher is abusing the child by giving them too much homework. We don't do that, except here. Here's the only place where they say, we don't force a child to do something. Well, now, think how manipulative that is. The moment they say, we don't force a child, that automatically implies that that must be an abusive parent. Because why would we need to force a child to be with a parent unless that was an abusive parent? So without even evaluating the parent, without even looking at that parent or any of the other situation, simply the framing of it as we're forcing the child to be with that parent is manipulative. And the reason we don't see it anywhere else but here is because one pathology that produces that forced component is sex abuse. That child was forced to submit to the parent. That's the ripple. So it's sex abuse. If it's the mother in the situation, it's possible she was sexually abused as a child, and she's grown up and has this delusional belief, persecutory delusion off of that. Or if it's a narcissistic dad, it may have been his mother who was sexually abused. But somehow sexual abuse got in there, and that use of the word forced is a pattern. It's a ripple pattern, which is why I could predict it. And it's, I gotta tell you, the Swedish ombudsman used the word forced. Now, either that's an amazing coincidence, or there's something going on there, that they're not conceptualizing the situation. The other manipulative thing is saying we need to focus on the best interests of the child. Again, that implies that everybody who disagrees with you is not interested in the best interests of the child. How manipulative is that? Immensely. I'm going to challenge that I'm the one who cares about the best interests of the child, and they're not conducting a proper assessment of child abuse. And we'll get into that towards the end. Let's start by talking about attachment pathology. A child rejecting a parent is a problem in the love and bonding system of the brain. It's an attachment pathology. It's not a regulatory problem like ADHD. It's not a relationship problem like autism. It's an attachment pathology. So every mental health professional working with this pathology needs to understand at a professional level how the attachment system works and how it dysfunctions in the world. It's not enough to kind of know it. It's not enough if you're working with autism to kind of know autism. No, if you're going to assess and diagnose autism and treat it, you need to know autism. Over here, we need to know the attachment pathology because there's a lot of misconceptions. So this is from John Bowlby. No variable, it is held, have more far-reaching effects on personality development than have a child's experiences with his family. For starting during the first months of his relationship with his mother figure and extending through all the years of childhood and adolescence in his relationship with both parents, the child builds up a working models of how attachment figures are likely to behave towards him in a variety of situations. And on those models are based all of his expectations and therefore all of his plans for the rest of his life. The child is developing their attachment patterns that are going to guide love and bonding throughout the rest of their life in childhood. Childhood is not the time when we want to see the worst possible attachment pathology. There's nothing worse than a child rejecting a parent. That's as bad as attachment pathology gets. If we switch over to another primary motivational system, the attachment system is a primary motivational system of the brain developed over millions of years of evolution because of the selective predation of children. It confers survival advantage. Another primary motivational system is the eating system. And attachment is the same as eating and sex, primary motivational system. The worst possible eating pathology is anorexia. What we have in a child rejecting a parent is essentially anorexia of the love and bonding system. It's a mess. There are 4 types of relationship in the family, and they depend on gender. 2 are cross-gender relationships. Those are the high affection bonds. That's father-daughter, mother-son. 2 are same-gender relationships. Those are the values and identity bonds. That's father-son and mother-daughter. That for a son to lose a relationship with his father is going to be losing those values and identity bonds that help the young boy develop into a young man. For the boy to lose a relationship with his mother is going to lose all those high affection bonds from a boy to his mother. That, I'm a little sexist, but male-male love isn't the same as a mother-son bond. It's not, and similarly for the father-daughter bond. That's a high affection bond. That's daddy's princess. The mother's bond is the values and identity. If the daughter has a messed up father relationship, she's going to have daddy issues for the first 20 years of her life working out because of those internal working models. But if she has a messed up mother's relationship, she's going to have a lot of problems when she becomes a mother. And so both parents, both mothers and fathers, are not expendable to children. Both do different things, both are valuable, they are not interchangeable. One of the top experts in attachment is Dr. Ed Tronick out at Harvard. For 40 years, he's been doing this still face study, or still face paradigm, looking specifically at the attachment system. He's written a recent book called The Power of Discord. And I recommend it for anybody working with this pathology in the family courts. This is like your basic reading. If I'm teaching a course, this is going to be your textbook. What he's found in working with the attachment networks is there's a breach and repair sequence that is vital to how the brain develops its regulatory systems. It's actually a healthy part of normal childhood, this breach and repair. And the worst possible thing we can do is leave an attachment bond unrepaired. So for the next, I can't show you this for some reason because it didn't load into things, which is, let me see if I can pull that from directly on the internet. Because I want to show you this. I can pull it up right on the internet, as long as I'm hooked into the internet. Because I'm going to show you something, how easy this is to do. You just Google Tronick. T-R-O-N-I-C-K, still face. Let me see. And here it is. There it is. Yep. This is actually universities. No. Just a second, please. Now, what Dr. Tronick, it looks like he's studying infants. He's not. He's studying the brain networks for the attachment system. The reason we do it in studying infants is because we can see it so cleanly. As they get older, we get more and more levels of complexity, of cognitive development, emotional, and we can't see the attachment system as cleanly. So he's gone back to early childhood and looked at how the attachment system works. And there's 3 phases we're going to watch. The normal range breach and repair sequence, then we're going to look at a breach, which is the still face, and then the final repair on things. We got it? There we go.
there sound? There is no sound.
Maybe it's on the computer.
And the social interaction that they get from the world around them. This is something that we started studying.
From the beginning, or?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Babies this young are extremely responsive to the emotions and the reactivity and the social interaction that they get from the world around them. This is something that we started studying 30, 40 years ago, when people didn't think that infants could engage in social interaction. In the still face experiment, what the mother did was she sits down and she's playing with her baby who's about a year of age.
I'm like a girl. Oh.
And she gives a greeting to the baby gives a greeting back to her.
Yeah.
This baby starts pointing at different places in the world, and the mother's trying to engage her and play with her. They're working to coordinate their emotions and their intentions, what they want to do.
And this is your normal breach and repair. They're always going into synchrony and then dyssynchrony.
Ask the mother
and they're doing a dance together.
Respond to the baby.
Now there's a breach.
The baby very quickly picks up on this. And then she uses all of her abilities to try and get the mother back.
These are called attachment behaviors and protest behavior.
She's used to the mother looking where she points.
First, she tries to engage.
The baby puts both hands up in front of her and says, "What's happening?"
Now we go into protest.
She makes that.
But notice a protest is never designed to sever the bond. It's always designed to get the parent.
Even in this 2 minutes, when they don't get the normal reaction, they react with negative emotions. They turn away. They feel the stress of it. They actually may lose control of their posture because of the stress that they're experiencing.
It's totally dysregulated. Look how easy it is to fix. You come in with a little empathy, you join right with the child, bam, it's back in. Attachment pathology is extraordinarily easy to fix. Uh-oh, we lost the sound.
That goes on, that we all do with our kids. The bad is when something bad happens, but the infant can overcome it. After all, when you stop the still face, the mother and the baby start to play again. The ugly is when you don't give the child any chance to get back to the good. There's no reparation, and they're stuck in that really ugly situation.
This is from the top expert in the world on attachment. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The good is the normal range breach and repair. The bad is a breach that's not repaired. The ugly is to leave it unrepaired. That is the worst possible thing we can do, but that's what we're doing in the family courts. There's a breach in a relationship with a parent, and the people who don't know about the attachment system say, well, let's leave it unrepaired because that's in the child's best interests. No, it's not. It is always in the child's best interest to fix the relationship, always. Whether it's with an abusive parent, then we fix the abusive parent and we fix the child's attachment to that parent. One way or the other, we always repair relationships. Yep. There we go. So yeah, the good, the bad, and the ugly, an unrepaired relationship, an unrepaired attachment bond is the worst possible thing we can do. A child rejecting a parent is an attachment pathology. It's not a legal problem. Why is it in the court system? Because one spouse has driven it into the court system to put the other spouse on trial for being a bad spouse, parent. And so one parent is using the court system as a weapon of psychological abuse and financial abuse against the other parent, having the other parent prove that they deserve to have a child. This is fundamentally a spousal abuse pathology, using the child as the weapon. And in weaponizing the child, the pathological, narcissistic, borderline, dark personality parent is creating such severe pathology in the child that it rises to the level of psychological abuse of the child. But fundamentally, this is a spousal abuse pathology using the child as a weapon with a secondary child abuse, psychological abuse pathology. In terms of risk and dangerousness, though, the higher risk pathology is the child abuse, because we have a child's whole life that is developing its patterns for internal working models during childhood. If we don't fix it, that child's going to be on a very nasty trajectory for their life. So in terms of treatment, our top treatment is the child abuse, but the core of the pathology is spousal abuse using the child as a weapon. So, in clinical psychology, diagnosis guides treatment. Am I treating autism? That's one treatment. ADHD? Different treatment. Cancer? Treatment is different than the treatment for diabetes. Diagnosis guides treatment. The only cause of severe attachment pathology is child abuse. In problematic parenting, it creates what's called an insecure attachment that more strongly motivates the child to bond to the bad parent. Because when the attachment system developed, if I have a problematic parent, that pathological parent or problem parent exposes me more fully to predators. And so in order to deal with that bad parent, I have to get that parent's involvement with me. And so I create a lot of protest behavior and get that parent to pay attention to me. Because if that parent's attending to me, that predator's going to pass me by and go eat another kid. And so the child becomes more strongly motivated to bond to a bad parent, called an insecure attachment. Kids who rejected bad parents were eaten by predators or starved. Their genes are removed from the gene pool. There is no brain connection in a child to reject a bad parent. When I work child abuse, when you get a physically abused child or a sexually abused child or any child, they never reject the parent. First question almost all the time when you get a kid, a foster care coming in, was, when do I get to go back with my parent? And we have to say, wait a minute, no, they're kind of like a problem. These are kids who've been beaten with electrical cords. Anybody who works actual, authentic child abuse knows children do not reject even abusive parents. But for the sake of argument, what could produce such significant pathology that a child rejects a parent? It's got to be child abuse. The question is, which parent? So is it the targeted parent who's abusing the child, thereby resulting in the child's attachment pathology towards the parent? That's a two-person attribution of causality. The targeted parent is abusing the child. Or is it the allied parent who is psychologically abusing the child by creating a shared persecutory delusion and false attachment pathology, a factitious attachment pathology in the child for the secondary gain of manipulating the court's decisions on child custody and to meet the parent's own emotional and psychological needs. When Melanie talks about the dark personalities later, what the dark personalities, three of them, dark triad, vulnerable dark triad, and the dark tetrad, all of them share the component of Machiavellian manipulation. Now, narcissists and borderlines are the top manipulators. They are excellent manipulators. The dark personalities, they add the word Machiavellian to that. They are off the charts in manipulating. They've got everybody thinking this is a custody conflict. No, it's not. It's an attachment pathology that needs to be treated and fixed. This isn't a custody about which parent deserves to have a child, but it's got everybody thinking it is because it is that good at manipulation. These are very malevolent parents in the family courts, and nobody's doing a thing to identify these very malevolent parents and stop the child abuse that they're causing. But that's your differential diagnosis. One parent or the other is abusing the child to create that degree of attachment pathology in the child. When child abuse is a considered diagnosis, our diagnosis has to be accurate 100% of the time. If the court makes a miscalculation on which parent is abusive, the court's going to send the child back to be with an abusive parent and going to destroy that child's life. So if we're going to make a decision, I know one of the other parents abusing the child, I don't know which one, I need to be certain. As a treatment provider, when I get my treatment plan, is my treatment plan to restore with the targeted parent who's abusive? Or is that a normal range parent and this parent's abusive? I need to know because my treatment's going to be very, very different if this parent's abusive rather than this parent. So I have to be certain, and the court needs to be certain. So we're going to need to do whatever we need to do to make sure our diagnosis is accurate 100% of the time, and we can do that. Not only do we have the various diagnostic criteria and various ways to do that, we have something called response to intervention. So if we're a little unclear, we can actually treat one and see if it responds. You saw how fast attachment pathology was solved. So if I create a good parent, good healthy parent, that child's going to bond into that. That's called stimulus and response. The child's behavior is in response to the parental stimulus. If I change the parent's behavior, I should see a different response from the child. If I change the parent's behavior, but I get no change in the child, then the child's behavior is not under the stimulus control of the parent. There's no relationship. That's not an authentic conflict. The conflict's being caused by something else, the other parent, the alliance to the other parent, the loyalty bonds to the other parent. In all cases of court-involved child custody conflict, a proper risk assessment for possible child abuse needs to be conducted to the appropriate differential diagnosis for each parent. And you start with the most dangerous one, which would be the targeted parent being abusive. And I'll talk about the diagnostic protocol tomorrow. But you start with the most dangerous one. Is the targeted parent abusive? If they're not abusive range, then you turn to the allied parent and say, do we have a shared persecutor delusion and false attachment pathology? In the absence of child abuse, parents have the right to parent according to their cultural values, their personal values, and their religious values. Going back to the issue of the best interests of the child, if you have one parent who's Muslim and one parent's Christian, what's in the best interests of the child? One parent's Christian, one parent's atheist. What's in the best? One parent's very structured and very rule-bound, not abusive, but is structured and has rules. The other parent's very permissive. What's in the best interests of the child? The child's going to say the permissive parent, because this one, structure always creates conflict. This one has rules. You have to get off the video games. This parent lets child play video games till 2 in the morning. Which parent do you want to be with? I want to be with that one. That's what the child says. Is that in the child's best interest? Are we really going to start micromanaging parents and deciding which one deserves and what? In the absence of child abuse, parents have the right to parent to their cultural values, their personal values, and their religious values. The question becomes, is there child abuse? And the child rejecting parent communicates just right off the top that that parent might be abusive. The child's rejected. Why would a child reject a parent? Possible abuse. So there's either an overt allegation, the false allegation of abuse, or implied abuse from that parent. Now, if that parent isn't abusive, then that child has a persecutory belief system. They believe it's a false belief system. They're being malevolently treated in some way. Where does that come from? Where does a child acquire a delusional belief about a parent? It never happens, except if this parent is influencing the child. Then we go over to the three-person attribution of causality. But this is not a custody conflict. This is child abuse. One way or the other, it's child abuse. So the differential diagnosis, this is the question we need answered. Is the targeted parent abusing the child, thereby creating the child's attachment pathology? Yes or no? I need an answer for that because my treatment plan is going to depend on that answer. If it's yes, then I'm going to protect the child and treat the abuse of the targeted parent. Change their behavior, change the abuse, and then restore the attachment bond with the formerly abusive parent. That's what we do in foster care all the time. Parents physically abusive, we separate the child, we put the parent on a treatment plan, we get reassured that the parent's changed, and then we restore the attachment bond to the parent. Because that's in the best interest is to restore things. Or is it the allied parent who's psychologically abusing the child? A narcissistic, borderline, dark personality parent who's creating false attachment pathology and a persecutory delusion of the child for the secondary gain of manipulating the court and to meet their own emotional and psychological needs. It's going to go one way or the other. Which way? Psychological control. How does it happen? Psychological control is an established clinical fact in families. This is a book, Intrusive Parenting by Brian Barber, published by the American Psychological Association. So let's take a look at some of the quotes from the literature on psychological control. Psychological control refers to parental behaviors that are intrusive and manipulative of children's thoughts, feelings, and attachment to parents. These behaviors appear associated with disturbances in the psycho-emotional boundaries between the child and the parent, and hence the development of an independent self and identity. They become fused. It's called enmeshment. So that becomes a real problem when you're listening to what the child wants and the child is being psychologically controlled. You're basically talking to like one of these marionette puppets of a ventriloquist. The child's not authentic. The parent is psychologically controlling the child. And you look at the title, Violating the Self. This is psychological abuse. Stone, Buehler, and Barber, talking about interparental conflict, again in the title. The central elements of psychological control are intrusion into the child's psychological world and self-definition, and parental attempts to manipulate the child's thoughts and feelings, by invoking guilt, shame, or anxiety. Psychological control is distinguished from behavioral control in that the parent attempts to control through the use of criticism, dominance, anxiety, guilt induction, the youth's thoughts and feelings rather than the youth's behavior. So if you're listening to what the child is telling you and the child is being controlled by a parent, that's not an authentic child. And so it's similar to the court. Court listening to a child would be similar to a soldier who's been a prisoner of war and his captors put him on the TV and force him to make derogatory statements about his country in the war. And we believe it. No, you don't believe somebody who's in a hostage situation. The child is in a hostage situation. One of the first things the parent does is make the allegation of abuse or the child's rejection of a parent and say there must be something there. And so the court and everybody backs off and gives primary custody over to the pathological parent as we evaluate whether the targeted parent is really abusive. Boom, all of a sudden, the child's in a hostage situation. They have to deal with a narcissistic borderline, dark personality, all the manipulation. They don't have any contact with the other one. We've clearly communicated this parent is a powerful one, this one has no power. They have to surrender to the manipulation, dominance, the control of this pathological parent. From Carrick, notice a journal of emotional abuse. Rather than telling the child directly what to do or think, as does the behaviorally controlling parent, the psychologically controlling parent uses indirect hints and responds with guilt induction or with a withdrawal of love if the child refuses to comply. In short, an intrusive parent strives to manipulate the child's thoughts and feelings in a way that the child's psyche will conform to the parent's wishes. Now, this is not from the court-involved psychology. Barbara and people know nothing about the family courts or anything. This is from the world out there. Psychological control of the child is an established fact, and that's what's happening in our courts. So if we believe that what the child is saying without doing a proper assessment, we could be participating in the psychological abuse of the child because we misdiagnosed the pathology. It is so easy to create this pathology. All the pathological parent needs to do is create sides and force the child to choose sides. And the child then is directly in the middle of all this stress. And they've got conflicting demands of loyalty to mom, loyalty to dad, and the child is in such stress. Then the pathological parent just increases that, creates conflict, and then waits. That's all they have to do. Force the child to choose side, create lots of conflict, and then wait. Because the only way for the child to get out of that situation is to surrender to the pathological parent. If they try to stay bonded to the targeted parent, they're going to just stay right in the middle. And so ultimately they will have to collapse over to the parent. We cannot ask that child to reveal their authenticity until we can first protect the child. If I have a child with a pathological, narcissistic, borderline, dark parent, and I'm asking the child to bond to the targeted parent, if the child cooperates with my treatment, they're going to go home to the pathological parent and face a withering psychological retaliation from that parent. And so my treatment will expose the child to the child abuse, which is why we need the protective separation. We separate from that parent. That allows us, if we're trying to get the child bonded and healthy, and the other parent's trying to keep the child symptomatic, we're going to rip the child apart. We need to protect the child, bond and get the healthy parenting back, and then we restore with the pathological parent with enough safeguards to make sure that the child abuse doesn't resume. We always repair to the extent we can, but we always protect as well. And that's why diagnosis is so important on this. If it's child psychological abuse, we must protect the child. So let's talk about that parent. Narcissistic, borderline, dark parent. They're in the family courts. If you're not identifying them, that's a problem because you have a seriously pathological parent in the family courts. The dark triad, there's 3 darks. And these are identified in the research literature. Notice the journals, Journal of Research and Personality, none of this is court-involved stuff. This is all from real psychology. The DSM identifies these personality disorders, and the ones we're concerned about here are the narcissist and borderline. Those are best conceptualized as unresolved trauma. So they create patterns. We identify the patterns as personality disorders back in the 40s, 50s, 60s kind of stuff. As more research came in, we're now seeing that
the narcissist and borderline are unresolved trauma. With borderline, research indicates that up to 70% of women who are diagnosed with borderline have histories of trauma in their childhood, particularly sex abuse trauma. So there's a strong reluctance in clinical psychology to use the diagnosis of borderline, because when I worked foster care, my little sexually abused girl, she never told anybody. She never got treatment. So now she grows up, and of course she has difficulty in relationships. Of course she has trouble managing her emotions, because she was abused as a child and never got treatment. And then we double pathologize her and call her borderline now. No, that's a sexually abused child. It's unresolved trauma, we need to fix it. The dark personalities are identified in the literature, 3 of them. Dark triad is narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellian manipulation. A narcissist, a psychopath, and manipulative. That's a nasty parent. Vulnerable dark triad is vulnerable narcissism, borderline, and Machiavellian manipulation. The dark tetrad is you add sadism to the dark triad. Think about that personality for a second. Narcissistic, psychopathic, manipulative, and sadistic. And they're in your family courts. Manipulating you, manipulating the judges, because none of you are conducting a proper assessment for this. This is child abuse. Now, not everything is that way, but let's start with what is. Let's identify the most malevolent, and then we can deal with the strays, the odd cases out. This is a definition from Gianmarco Vernon. First cited by Paulhaus and Williams, the dark triad refers to a set of 3 distinct but related antisocial personality traits: Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy. Each of the dark triad's traits is associated with feelings of superiority and privilege. This, coupled with a lack of remorse and empathy, often leads individuals high in these socially malevolent traits to exploit others for their own personal gain, to exploit the child. They are creating pathology in the child to manipulate the court and to meet their own needs. This is a really nasty personality. Book and his colleagues call the darks the core of evil. When I ran into that in the research literature, holy cow, research literature is talking about discovering the core of evil, and it's in your family courts. Another aspect of the darks is they present with what's called a virtuous victim presentation, because it's designed to manipulate people into giving them resources, in this case, into giving them the child. From Oakadal, in again, the Journal of Personality, this is not from the court stuff, this is from real psychology. Effective altruism requires the ability to differentiate between false and true victims. Credulous acceptance of all virtuous victim signals as genuine can also enable and reward fraudulent claims, particularly those by the antisocial personality traits. The findings of this study support our hypothesis that virtuous victim signaling is most frequently displayed by dark triad personalities. And so if you're not aware of the pathology you're working with, you're going to be manipulated by the virtuous victim presentation. And Melanie is like really strong on this. And she'll tell you about how the darks work. The absence of empathy is the capacity for cruelty. There are only 3 pathologies that show an absence of empathy: narcissism, psychopathy, and autism. We're not dealing with autism, so we're looking at narcissism or psychopath. The capacity for cruelty. These children say, imagine how hurtful it is to have your child tell you, I don't want to be with you, I don't love you, that's incredibly hurtful. Now, that's an absence of empathy. That's how I assess for empathy in children. It's not the empathy you feel for your parent, it's the capacity for cruelty. So when I see that cruelty in the child, I'll challenge it and say, wow, Michael, that's kind of a mean thing to say to your mom. You know what they'll tell me? She deserves it. She deserves it because of something in the past she did. That's the narcissistic value system. That's the spousal abuse thing. Yeah, of course I hit her. She deserved it. My dinner was cold. Yeah, she was talking back to me. Of course I hit her. She deserved it. The narcissistic value is it's okay to be cruel to people if they deserve it. And then we go around deciding who deserves our cruelty. The actual value system is we're not nice to other people because of who they are. We're nice because of who we are. And that's the value system we want to be teaching the child. Not it's okay to be cruel if the other person deserves it. So the act of child abuse is viewed as an outgrowth of the parental failure of empathy and a narcissistic stance towards one's own children. Deficiency in empathic responsiveness prevents such self-centered parents from comprehending the impact of their acts, and in combination with their fragility and need for self-stabilization, predisposes them to exploit children in this way. So there was an earlier comment, some earlier research was cited about how destructive it is for these court-involved conflicts. With normal parents, they already know that. They don't put their child in high conflict divorce because they have empathy for their child. If we have high conflict divorce, I know I got at least one parent who has no empathy for that child. And if I talk to these parents that are in conflict, I can bring up the child and say, look, we need to ratchet down your guys' conflict because it's not good for the child. Normal range parents understand that, they'll bring it down. Not in the family courts. You got one parent who's not going to do that. They're going to keep the conflict going because that's the strategy. Put the child in the middle, create a lot of conflict, and then the child's going to join with you. Now it's 2 against 1 against the other parent, and you've created the attachment pathology, and you get to punish the other parent for being a bad spouse. Only insofar as parents fail in their capacity for empathic attunement and responsiveness can they objectify their children, consider them narcissistic extensions of themselves, and abuse them. It is the parents' view of their children as vehicles for satisfaction of their own needs, accompanied by the simultaneously disregard for those of the child, that makes victimization possible. That this is fundamentally an absence of empathy out of the narcissistic borderline dark personality pathology. From Milan, talking about the collapse of narcissists and borderlines into delusional disorders, particularly persecutory delusions. We know narcissists and borderlines collapse into delusions under stress. Theodore Milan, top expert in personality disorders. Under conditions of unrelieved adversity and failure, narcissists may decompensate into paranoid disorders. Owing to their excessive use of fantasy mechanisms, they are predisposed to misinterpret events and construct delusional beliefs. Delusional systems may also develop as a result of having felt betrayed or humiliated, divorced. Here we may see the rapid unfolding of persecutory delusions and an arrogant grandiosity characterized by verbal attacks and bombast. So we know that. We know narcissists and borderlines are high conflict. We know the family courts have narcissistic borderline personalities and darks in them. We know they collapse into persecutory delusions. So let's look for a persecutory delusion. Borderlines, from Barno. This review reveals that psychotic symptoms in BPD patients may not predict the development of a psychotic disorder, but are often permanent and severe and need careful consideration by the clinicians. Therefore, adequate diagnosis and treatment of psychotic symptoms in BPD patients is emphasized. In conclusion, we therefore suggest it is not a cognitive developmental deficit, but rather a tendency to construe interpersonal relations as malevolent that characterizes BPD, and this may share may be shared with certain psychotic disorders. What are psychotic disorders they're talking about? Where you have a false belief in being malevolently treated, persecutory delusion. So the research, we know that. This is a definition of a persecutory delusion from the American Psychiatric Association. Persecutory type, delusions that the person or someone to whom the person is close is being malevolently treated in some way. Notice what Barno's quote. They're using the word malevolent. That's the delusion. It's a false belief in being treated malevolently some way, having or showing a wish to do evil. Shared psychotic disorder, again from the American Psychiatric Association. Usually the primary case in a shared psychotic disorder is dominant in the relationship and gradually imposes the delusional system on the passive and initially healthy second person. Although most commonly seen in relationships of only two people, shared psychotic disorder can occur in larger number of individuals, especially in family situations in which the parent is the primary case and the children, sometimes to varying degrees, adopt the parent's delusional beliefs. We know this. That's our differential diagnosis. Is a targeted parent abusive, or do we have a narcissistic borderline personality, dark personality, collapsing into a shared persecutory delusion? Family court, notice the journal, family court review. This is from the court research or the court literature. In some RRD families, resist refuse dynamic, which is what they like to use, a parent's underlying encapsulated delusion about the other parent is at the root of the intractability. An encapsulated delusion is a fixed, circumscribed belief that persists over time and is not altered by evidence of the inaccuracy of the belief. When alienation is the predominant factor in resist-refuse dynamic, the theme of the favored parent's fixed delusion often is that the rejected parent is sexually, physically, or emotionally abusing the child. The child may come to share the parent's encapsulated delusion and to regard the beliefs as his or her own. So it's in the literature. We should be assessing for a possible shared persecutory delusion as the differential diagnosis for severe attachment pathology. From Perlman and Kutis, look at the title of this article, Clinical Applications of Attachment Framework in the Journal of Traumatic Stress. Again, this is not a court journal, this is like real stuff. Reenactments of the traumatic past are common in the treatment of this population and frequently represent either explicit or coded repetitions of the unprocessed trauma in the attempt at mastery. Reenactments can be expressed psychologically, relationally, and somatically, and may occur with conscious intent or little awareness. So here's what happens. We all have a little bit of a thought disorder. Delusions are considered a thought disorder. We all have a little bit of a thought disorder because we were all raised in a family. And our family kind of shaped us to that particular family, but maybe not necessarily the reality. And then when we get out with the rest of the people, we all negotiate our little thought disorders and come up with a consensus about reality, what reality is. For some people, though, that childhood experience was so traumatic, it stuck them in that way. So then when they come out to be with us, they can't unstick for that. And they see dangers where none exist. That's the unresolved trauma. And so they keep replicating this pattern to try to work through their unresolved trauma. In this case, and they create little minor repairs or minor adjustments to the trauma reenactment narrative that allows them to work this through. So in this case, they are recreating their own child abuse trauma with the adjustment. When they were an abused child, nobody came to protect them. Now the child has a protector, that parent. And when they were as a child, they were helpless. So they empower the child now to reject the parent. So that's number 2 on the ACS. The reason that they empower the child, because that's an essential feature of the trauma reenactment narrative. If you try to challenge that or try to challenge their protective role, you will see they become almost obsessive about protecting the child. They have to protect the child. And as long as you're working with them on the pathology, they don't show it. The moment you start to say, no, we're going to restore with the targeted parent, you'll see them escalate. No, you can't do that. Because it's part of their unresolved trauma. One primary transference, counter-transference dynamic involves the reenactment of familiar victim, perpetrator, rescuer, bystander in the therapeutic relationship. Now, this is talking about the therapy relationship. What I'm talking about is real-world reenactment. Therapist and client play out their roles, often in complementary fashion with one another, as they relive various aspects of the client's early attachment relationships. Trauma is pattern. It's replicating itself in this, and notice the roles. Victim, so we have a victimized child, abusive parent, protective parent. That's your child abuse pattern. That's the one that gets replicated in the ripple. And all the pathological parent needs to establish that pattern, all they need to do is get the child to believe they are being victimized. The moment the child adopts the victimized child role, that automatically needs an abusive parent, and automatically it becomes the targeted parent must be abusive if we have an evictive child, and now the pathological parent gets to sweep in and be the protective parent in their whole kabuki theater. So that's the process we're looking at. I've written, or Melanie Greenham has written, and I've co-authored 3 articles on the darks. The first one kind of talks about what they are. The second one talks about the difficulty, and we're missing a lot of research in the family courts. We have a concentrated clinical population of narcissistic, borderline, dark personalities in the family courts. We need to get research in there to be taking a look at the situation. And then the third article is about my 12 associated clinical signs that we'll talk about later. So again, returning to severe attachment pathology, high conflict divorce, in all cases of court-involved custody conflict involving severe attachment pathology displayed by a child, the child rejecting a parent, a proper risk assessment for possible child abuse needs to be conducted to the appropriate differential diagnosis for each parent. It's going to be child abuse one direction or the other. That's the only thing that produces that level of attachment pathology. The only question is which parent. And we need to answer that, because otherwise we run a chance of giving the child to an abusive parent and destroying that child's life. So those yes-no questions need to be answered. I don't care how we do it, but we need answers to those questions. Which parent is abusing the child? So let me talk about family systems for a second. So if you're dealing with an attachment pathology, you need to be competent in the attachment system. If you're dealing with family conflict, you need to be competent in family systems. If you don't know family systems and you don't know attachment pathology and you're working with attachment pathology in a family conflict, you're practicing beyond the boundaries of your competence. So go away. You're not allowed to do that. That's unethical. Doctors have to be competent. I don't care if you're a wonderful cosmetic surgeon, you're a doctor, you're trained as a surgeon, you shouldn't be doing open heart surgery unless you're competent at open heart surgery. And what we have in the family courts is one of the most dangerous and complex pathologies that's out there. It's far more complex and dangerous than ADHD or autism or eating disorders. This is a core of evil. We need to be competent in our assessment of child abuse because we need to decide which parent's abusive, and we have to be accurate 100% of the time. So, this is the pathology. You want me to draw you a picture? Okay, there it is. There's your picture of what the pathology is. This is by Salvador Minuchin, one of the top family systems, founder of the Structural School of Family Systems Therapy. He does these structural diagrams for families to help understand. You'll see several things. Clearly, the triangulation of the child. Conflict always breaks down into triangles in the family. A two-person conflict is unstable. It's like sitting on a two-legged chair. You just fall over. The moment you add that third leg, it becomes stable. Family conflict always collapses into a three-person triangle. And if you go in thinking this is a two-person attribution of causality, it might be. That targeted parent might be abusive. Okay, take a look at that. But more likely, we're looking at triangles on this. So here we have a father and a son aligned against the mother. The cross-generational coalition you see between the father and the son. The emotional cutoff is those lines, the breach in the father-mother, that's the divorce, and the breach in the son to the mother is the emotional cutoff. Murray Bowen talks a lot about that. Emotional cutoff, it's from anxiety, managing anxiety. But essentially, the son is being required to also divorce the mother, of a loyalty alliance to the father. Children don't divorce parents. Divorce is between the spouses. It's not between the children. The inverted hierarchy. This is an interesting one. Notice how the child is elevated up with the father. That's the parental line up there. The one below is the child line. There's always authority in the family. And so now the child, though, is elevated up to the parental line, and the mother is down on the child line. What an inverted hierarchy is the child is judging the parent as if the parent were the child and the child were the parent. If you find yourself on your treatment plan trying to appease the child, you've got an inverted hierarchy. No, the parents and the authority. We don't go around appease. What can I do to get you to love me? No, that's the child in charge. The parent's in charge. You need to do your homework. You need to get out of bed and let's get ready and get dressed and go to school. Parents are in charge of the family, not the child. And then the final, those three lines are enmeshment. That's a psychologically fused state. That's that psychological control. There's only one person present. That's the parent. The child is psychologically fused with that parent. So again, if the court or people are listening to the voice of the child, that voice is being manipulated. And if you don't understand that, you're participating in the psychological child abuse because you've misdiagnosed the pathology. Here's a quote from Murray Bowen. Again, one of the top family systems. They call it Bowenian family therapy after him. A triangle is a three-person relationship system. It is considered the building block or molecule of larger emotional systems because a triangle is the smallest stable relationship system. A two-person system is unstable because it tolerates little tension before involving a third person. A triangle can contain much more tension without involving another person because the tension can shift around three relationships. We know that. So why aren't we looking for the triangles in this situation, as opposed to just thinking it must be this parent? It could be. Let's take a look at it, but let's take a look at the alternative as well. If we ignore the alternative, we run a very high risk of being manipulated into being part of the child abuse. Cross-generational coalition. Chloe Madonis, another major family systems. She and Jay Haley were the founders of Strategic School of Family Systems Therapy. In most organizations, families and relationships, there is a hierarchy. One person has more power and responsibility than another. That's where when Sweden appoints an attorney for the child, they are violating that hierarchy. They are now elevating the child's power above the parent. They are creating that inverted hierarchy where the parent no longer has authority over the child because the child's got an attorney. And if you try to do it, it's like the teacher who tries to give the child math homework and the attorney goes into court and says the teacher's being abusive, there's too much math homework. That totally disempowers the teacher. So this parent is being totally disempowered by that process. In addition, if that attorney is representing the voice of the child and that voice is being manipulated by a parent, that attorney is representing the pathology. If we are going to appoint an attorney representing the shared delusion, we should also appoint an attorney representing the treatment. But do you know how weird that is? We have an attorney for the father, an attorney for the mother, an attorney for the pathology, and an attorney for treatment. No, that's just weird. So we need to stop appointing attorneys for children. Appropriate, if you want an attorney involved, I'd recommend an amicus attorney, which is an attorney representing the court's interest in the treatment of the child. But it's an attorney coming from the court down, not from the child up. And the court has a legitimate interest in the child's treatment. The moment it comes in, the court needs to decide about the best interests of the child. Best interests of treatment, so let's get an attorney on it to make sure that treatment's effective and we get an accurate diagnosis. That's the appropriate role for an attorney. But there's always a hierarchy. Whenever there's a hierarchy, there is a possibility for cross-generational coalitions. The husband and wife may argue over how the wife spends money. At a certain point, the wife might enlist the older son into a coalition against the husband. Mother and son may talk disparagingly about the father and to the father and secretly plot about how to influence or deceive him. Cross-generational coalitions take different forms in different families. These alliances are most often covert and rarely expressed verbally. They involve painful conflicts that can continue for years. Sound familiar? Sometimes cross-generational coalitions are overt. A wife might confide her marital problems to her child, and in this way antagonize the child against the father. The child may feel conflicted as a result, suffering because his or her loyalties are divided. This is not from the family courts. This is from family systems therapy. We know this out in real psychology. You just don't know it in the courts. Family systems description. This is a description of the pathology from family system. The child is being triangulated into the spousal conflict through the formation of a cross-generational coalition with the allied parent against the targeted parent, resulting in an emotional cutoff in the child's relationship to the targeted parent. So, assess for that. How do you assess for that? If you don't know how to assess for this, you shouldn't be working with this pathology. There's ways to assess for it. There's indicators, the inverted hierarchy, just a bunch of indicators, the enmeshment, all these things. But you need to learn how to assess for them. Cleaner, better, is you assess for the persecutory delusion. That's much more obvious and accessible. So that is the nature of the pathology in the family courts. Let me think if there's something else I want to wrap up here. The pathology, let me talk about a little bit about what I heard. Everything I've heard from the professionals from Serbia and from this region has been spot on accurate. That I have no argument with. Everybody is conceptualizing the issues properly here. What I heard from the Sweden, though, was problematic because I hear them believing the child or not perceiving that there's a possibility of a shared delusion. And here's the danger. If we believe a shared delusion, we become part of the shared delusion. We become part of the pathology. And when that pathology is child abuse, we become part of the child abuse. So if the court or the mental health professional believes the shared delusion, the court or the mental health professional becomes a child abuser. And that's my problem as a clinical psychologist out of foster care and trauma, trying to treat the spousal abuse and this child abuse is normally I would refer that to the psychologists. But the psychologists are the child abusers because they are practicing beyond the boundaries of their competence. You have, that's why I quoted a lot of the research literature in this, is because I want to emphasize to you, this isn't me. This is the actual research. This is the actual literature. Turn to real science, turn to Edtronic, turn to Milan, turn to Mnuchin, turn to the real people out there and apply knowledge. I'm a clinical psychologist. I have no new theory. I don't create knowledge. That's Bessel van der Kolk, that's Edtronic, those are the researchers. They generate the knowledge. I'm a clinical psychologist. I take what they generate and I apply it. But before I can apply it, I have to know it. The family courts, this pathology, the child abuse pathology, the decision of the family courts is going to have a major effect on this child and this child's life. And our decisions around this child should be the best possible decisions because so much rests on this. The child's whole life depends on our decision being accurate. We should have the highest level of competence. In addition, just to serve the needs of the child, in addition, the decision before the judge is momentous. That judge could be sending the child to be with an abusive parent if they make a wrong decision. The judges need the best possible information. The specialization of a court-involved psychologist should be one of the top specialties in psychology, requiring a whole bunch of training. I have early childhood background. If you look at my Vita, I've got a whole bunch of background in that and training in that. Early childhood mental health is considered a subspecialty and it's considered the top subspecialty because you have to know everything about the brain. I have to know everything about the brain's development in the first year for infancy. That means cognitive development, language development, sensory motor development, emotional development, attachment development, how it's working in the brain. At 3 months, at 6 months, at 9 months, at a year, how it's changing and how it's relating. And then at 18 months and at 36 months, everything, how each system is developing and how it's interrelating. That's an immense amount of information, which is why psychologists, at least in the US, you're not allowed to go early childhood. You're not allowed to work with 3-year-olds or infants unless you have early childhood specialization, because that's what it requires. The courts need exactly the same level of specialization and expertise. You have to know attachment, family systems, child abuse, complex trauma. I heard the talk before about a psychologist who has direct experience treating child abuse. Because if you have experience treating child abuse, you recognize the false child abuse here. What we see in the courts is what somebody would imagine a child to do in child abuse. Oh, I reject the parent because they're abusing me. No. If that's a dangerous parent, the child never challenges into that parent because that's a dangerous parent. The child of child abuse is submissive. But over here, we got a child saying, I don't want to be with that parent. If that's really a dangerous parent, you're going to catch hell when we can't protect you anymore for some reason. Children are afraid, plus children develop an insecure attachment to the pathological parent, so they're more likely to bond to that parent. If that parent, the borderline mom, let's say, She's anxious if the child leaves, she's communicating anxiety. Are you okay? Is everything going to be here? Have some food and here, take some clothing with you over to Dad's house. If she's communicating anxiety, the attachment system is exquisitely sensitive to anxiety because it's a predator-driven system. If the parent signals anxiety, that child is immediately over to the parent and will not separate from that parent. And so what essentially the mother has done is defined the father as a predator and I'm your protective parent just by signaling anxiety to the child's attachment networks. And boom, the child goes up, he's not separating from mom, and that's the predator, suppress the child's attachment onto that parent. If you understand how it works, it becomes totally obvious that this is a false attachment pathology, and because you've worked with child abuse. But if you're in the family courts and you've never seen child abuse, you've never worked with child, then you can't make that differential diagnosis. And so I'll talk some more about the diagnostic assessment protocol and the treatment protocols tomorrow. But to first fundamentally organize how we perceive the problem, that this is not a custody concern. This is a child abuse concern, and it's going to go one way or the other. The most dangerous of the two differentials is that the targeted parent is abusive. We have to make sure to protect the child. So let's do an assessment on that first. If that parent's not abusive, then we look over this way. And we assess specifically for the shared delusion, false attachment pathology, cross-generational coalition, and we get answers about that, in which direction we go on that. So with that, I'm going to wrap up today and take questions. What's the question? Let me put it on. Right here.
Thank you, Professor, for this really important presentation today. I am Dragana Savic. I am a social worker. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm really excited to be present here with you because in the past 16 years I've been working on divorce cases, and I have met with all of this that you have talked about today. What I would like to ask you today is to clarify and to tell us more about the characteristics of the targeted parent.
The targeted parent. The targeted parent, and Dorsey Pruder can talk more about this. You'll hear Dorsey tomorrow. She's a businesswoman and family coach. She is also Dorsey's a businesswoman and family coach. She is also the most experienced professional dealing with this pathology. She's recovered hundreds of families. She's seen this up close and personal. She'd be a good one to get an answer to that question. What are the characteristics of the targeted parent? One of the characteristics is, I call them trauma resonant. There's a reason they chose that parent. And they get the pathology itself does stuff to them. First, it tries to destabilize them in every way possible. It attacks their identity as a parent. It attacks them by creating a false reality and lies. They never expected any of this. It throws them into the family courts where their finances are drained. Every way possible, it tries to destabilize them, and it triggers something within them of this need to prove themselves. The need to prove I deserve to have a child. So they get caught into proving. You don't need to prove yourself. I'm always asked by parents, how do I prove to the court what's going on? First off, courts do not diagnose pathology. Why are you trying to prove a pathology to a judge? It's like trying to prove a legal argument to a psychologist. You're in the wrong system. But they have a need to prove that they deserve. And how do I prove a second thing? You don't prove a diagnosis. You're given a diagnosis because you match criteria on it. So what you'll find with the parents is they get activated. Frontal lobe executive functions. There's three of them. Linear logical reasoning, foresight and planning ahead, self-reflective insight. Trauma shuts those down, anxiety shuts those down. Because if there's a tiger in the room, I don't need to logically figure out what to do. I don't need to plan what I'm going to do in 5 minutes, and I don't need to figure out how that tiger relates to my life. I need to do something. So all those systems get shut down by anxiety, which is what trauma is. So the pathological parent doesn't have capacity for those. So they become very now reactive. And so they create crises and chaos, because in this chaos, they're allowed to define reality then, and nobody can get aground. So it's the crisis of the day. For the targeted parent, it's contagious. And so they're professionals too, they all go into this contagion of escalating, and they get anxious. And when they do that, it shuts down their ability for empathy, because empathy requires us to be open, and they get defensive like this. So we need empathy to the child. The other thing it does to them, though, is it shuts down planning, foresight and planning. So they also become very now reactive. So one of the treatments for this, for the parent, the targeted parent, is to help them linear logically plan what they're going to do. How do we step by step move this from the court system to the treatment system? And what I tell parents to do is you want a treatment plan. That's all, just hold on to that. This is an attachment pathology. You want a treatment plan. For that, you need a diagnosis. For that, you need an assessment. But ultimately, we need to fix things, and just hold on to that. And then we work out the plan to how to get there. It'd be so much nicer if the mental health professionals already had this in place, because these parents keep coming in. This is their first time with this. They thought they were just getting a divorce, and all of a sudden, the world becomes crazy. We see this all the time. We're the ones that should be providing the guidance to them. They shouldn't have to be educating us. We should be educating them. This is what we're going to do. This is what's going to happen. We know the narcissists are there. We know the borderlines are there. The darks are there. We know that, so let's plan for it. We know they're coming in. Let's get identified, early intervention. Let's stop it from getting too severe, and then step it up and plan of what happens when it comes through. So it's mostly that planning side, and then the targeted parents get triggered by their own fears. Calm down. Everybody needs to calm down. That's another thing. I'm a trauma psychologist. And as a trauma psychologist, when you go into like a shooting or something, or everybody is on the ceiling. Just, oh my God, and it's contagious. Everybody's, as a trauma psychologist, you got to go down regulate. You got to be calm. Everything's okay, I got a handle on it. No worries, we're going to take, and you bring everybody down because of that contagion. And so, take the parent down, take everything down, this is okay. Even if it's child abuse, we can handle it, we can diagnose and treat it, not a problem. So whatever happens off that. Other thoughts, questions?
My name is Sanja Kljajic. I come from the Republic Institute for Social Protection, and I'm head of the Department for Supervision. My question it maybe goes beyond of your field of expertise, but it is very much related. We in Serbia, looking forward for your presentation, we prepared ourselves, we listened to your lectures on the internet, and if we understood correctly, when you have a case in a high conflict divorce of a very manipulative parent, a family that needs therapy, we concluded that you advocate that the child should be I think that you said a 6-month period separated from this toxic environment, and for this period you must work with the entire family.
Before I make a recommendation, what's the diagnosis?
My question refers primarily to the organization of the system. I wanted to ask you, when we need to separate child and work with family, and you have a situation where one parent is manipulative and psychologically abuses the child by trying to alienate it from the other, separate the child from the other parent, who is the one who makes this decision? Because two parents will not give you permission to separate the child voluntarily.
You use the word when one parent is psychologically abusing the other. There's my diagnosis. There's 4 DSM-5 diagnoses. Physical abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, psychological abuse. All of those are equal in the damage they do to the child. They differ only in the type of damage. My 5 worst possible parents are the sexual abuse incest, narcissistic borderline, the physically abusive, the neglectful meth addict, and then the unmedicated schizophrenic and unmedicated bipolar. What we're talking about is the number 2 worst parent possible. And it's child abuse, and psychological abuse destroys the child from the inside out. So we never, ever separate a child from a parent. That's pathology. That's not a treatment for anything. The only reason we would induce attachment pathology is a child protection response. And then we recover the child's normal range development. Let's say physical abuse. We cover the child's normal range development, then we restore the child's bond to the physically abusive parent with safeguards in place to make sure, and one of the things we typically require is that parent to get into therapy, and the therapist reassures us they're gaining insight. We might toss some supervision on for a while. We need to be reassured, but we restore with that parent. So we would do the same thing here. We would separate 12 weeks, 6 months, depending on the child's symptoms. We separate, we recover the child's healthy development. We teach this child skills for dealing with that parent. Just like if that parent had schizophrenia, we teach the child ways of coping with it. And so we teach the child skills, and then we restore with that parent with safeguards to make sure it doesn't resume again off of that. Now again, Dorsey Purder has a workshop that can recover the kids in a couple of days. And there's data on it. She collects data because that's how easy it is to do. And so I'd recommend, if possible, get that on it. We could recover in a couple of days, and we don't need that extended protective separation potentially. But that separating kids from parents is pathology. It's never a treatment. Okay, question? That work? All right, questions?
Ima li još pitanja?
No? I answered everyone's questions. Okay.
Samo da se nadovežemo na ovo.
I'd like to follow up on what was previous. Can you give us an example from your practice? Who makes the decision about the separation for the purposes of treatment? And what does it look like, the separation? Is it in a foster family or with the other parent?
So who makes the decision? I would recommend that we get at least 2 people involved. I'm fine with 3 people. That consultation is a good thing. And so, and ultimately, as things go forward, I'll talk about more tomorrow, I'd recommend that the therapists who work in court-involved custody develop online case consultation groups where you have other professionals you can bounce things off of. But we need to stop the fighting among the professionals about what the pathology is. And that's called splitting. It's called parallel process, staff splitting. It's associated with borderline pathology. Whenever you see the mental health people fighting about a person, it's parallel process. You got a borderline somewhere. And so we have to stop the fighting, which means we have to give the court a clear understanding. Now, every system, England has CAFCAS that they do their assessments. So they're going to, ultimately, as they develop the system, they're going to roll it into CAFCAS of how they do their assessment. Here in the Balkan region, you're going to come up with your own way of supporting each other as professionals, but you have to bring together the attachment expertise, the child abuse expertise, and be consulting. Now, if there's a question, psychiatrists don't like to do this, sometimes they do this, is response to intervention. And the classic case is schizophrenia with depression, or is it a bipolar disorder with psychosis? Okay, so that can be really hard. So sometimes the psychiatrist will make a decision, response to intervention. They'll take their best guess. And they'll say, you know what, I think we're going to go with schizophrenia with mood. So they treat with the antipsychotic. It doesn't work. Then they say, that's the wrong diet. They go over to the mood stabilizer. That's your response to intervention that helps. The other feature about treatment is if your treatment is ineffective, there's only two explanations. Either A, you've misdiagnosed the pathology, or B, you don't know how to deliver the treatment for that diagnosis. I'm going to assume you know how to do treatment, so therefore you've misdiagnosed the pathology. And so that's another way. If you're treating the targeted parent and you say, become a wonderful, great parent, and that parent does that, the child should bond into that. If the child's not, we got somebody else that's doing things. So how that decision is made is through consultation, through gathering more information, to doing what you need to do. And then I'll talk tomorrow about the diagnostic assessment protocol and the treatment protocol on that. But again, our diagnosis has to be accurate 100% of the time. So whatever we need to do, that's what we do. Okay? That's the question? We're good? Okay. Thank you.
This was very exciting. Tomorrow we have another hour and a half to a similar topic, and the next 45 minutes we'll have a very interesting. Greg Childress announced Melanie Greenham that will talk online about dark personalities and induced disorders. And after her presentation, we will have some time for questions and answers. But we first have a break. Let's come back in 10 minutes until we prepare everything technically. So come back a couple.
I am Melanie Greenham, and my co-authors are Dr. Craig Childress and Dorsey Pruder, and I'm going to be presenting on the Dark Personalities and Induced Delusional Disorder, a Crisis in the Family and Domestic Violence Courts. The Darks and Delusions series currently consists of 3 papers that are available on ResearchGate as preprints. There's part 1, Solving the Gordian Knot of Conflict in the High Conflict Courts. Part 2, The Research Gap Underlying the Crisis in the Courts. Part 3, Identifying the Pathogenic Parenting in the Courts. So what is a high conflict family court case? They comprise about 10% of all family court cases. They involve prolonged, complex, intractable litigation, and it is actually a form of post-separation coercive control that involves weaponizing the legal system, child protective services, law enforcement, education system of the children and their medical and mental health providers, the family's social networks, and the children themselves. So Dr. Childress talked about parental psychological control. It involves when a conflict between 2 people will elicit involvement by a third, and that's triangulation. So one parent can certainly triangulate a child for support against the other parent using the covert psychological control. Parent-child alliance is a perverse triangle or a cross-generational coalition, and it gives the child an elevated power position in the family, which is known as an inverted hierarchy, from where the child can judge the disempowered parent's adequacy. Post-separation coercive control, again, is the cross-generational coalition, the inverted hierarchy. It's a form of intimate partner, emotional and psychological abuse known as coercive control. It's hidden and it's particularly insidious form of emotional and psychological abuse. And it often manifests via coercive control and weaponization of the family and domestic violence courts. So the differential diagnosis of child abuse is that in all high conflict family court cases, all of them, the clinical assessment would be for possible child abuse by one parent or the other. So either it's going to be abuse by the targeted parent, as in severe neglect, physical abuse, sexual abuse, which is creating the child's attachment pathology. And I'll talk about this just a little bit more in a minute. That would look like an insecure attachment toward that parent. Abuse by the allied parent is going to be the psychological abuse, and that is going to create a child's attachment pathology that would be a shared persecutory delusion and a false or a factitious attachment disorder toward the other parent. And that's for the allied parent's secondary gain of either manipulating the court's decisions to child custody and meeting that parent's own emotional and psychological needs. So I know Dr. Childress talked about family systems theory. Basically, in a nutshell, divorce requires a family to transition from being an intact to a separated family. About 75% of all separated families are low to no conflict. About 15% will be about moderate conflict. Those are usually adequately addressed through mediation, co-parenting classes, maybe a rather simple trial. But then you have 10% of high conflict cases, and absolutely none of that helps. When the family is going through a poor transition, that we usually display through the child's behaviors. And one family member rejecting another is known as an emotional cutoff in whatever combination of family members. Attachment theory talks about how children are inherently driven by their survival instinct for attachment to emotionally bond with their caregivers. Attachment begins in infancy, it continues developing through adolescence. Healthy parenting will create a secure attachment style, and problematic parenting will create one of 3 insecure styles: anxious avoidant, anxious ambivalent, or disorganized. Essentially, attachment styles, the secure would feature a child who uses the caregiver as a secure base, explores the world. They return if they become frightened, need reassurance. If that caregiver leaves, the child is initially very distressed and demonstrates joy when the caregiver returns. An insecure, anxious avoidant attachment style would look like a child who shows very little, if any, distress when the caregiver leaves and avoids the caregiver when they return. These children are low demand on their caregiver, and they present minimal protest behavior when distressed. The insecure, anxious, ambivalent child is extremely distressed when the caregiver leaves, but shows inconsistent behaviors when the caregiver returns. For example, the children may initially be happy when caregiver returns and then become resistant or angry if the caregiver tries to hold them. The insecure, disorganized attachment is typically children who have been abused, neglected, or subjected to just even severely inconsistent parenting practices. They display no organized strategy to bond to their caregiver, and they will seem disoriented or confused when that caregiver is present because their behaviors are both a source of comfort and fear for the child. These attachment styles are created by 4 different parenting styles: authoritative, authoritarian, permissive, and neglectful. And those are distinguished by the caregiver's warmth or control and autonomy granting. A normal range good enough parent is imperfect, and their parenting reflects their cultural, religious, and personal values while incorporating clear structure and appropriate expectations, dialogue, and negotiation with the child. Anytime you have a child rejecting a caregiver, and especially a parent, at any developmental stage, that is a severe attachment pathology. So the attachment pathology in high conflict family court cases will often show a child rejecting one parent, and they'll give a variety of offered reasons for that. So the differential diagnosis is going to be either child neglect, child physical abuse, child sexual abuse, or child psychological abuse. Notably, the cases of a child who is rejecting a parent for severe neglect or physical or sexual abuse, at least here in the United States, those cases are typically going to be handled by Child Protective Services and through a completely different court, usually the juvenile courts or the child protection courts. So when you have 2 parents who are litigating custody in the family courts and there's allegations of abuse, those are mostly not going to be cases of severe neglect, physical or sexual abuse. Those are conceivably present there, but it's not going to be the majority of cases. It's more often going to be child psychological abuse. So talking about the personality disorder pathology, a personality disorder is simply a persistent, pervasive, maladaptive, behavioral, emotional, and cognitive pattern. It differs significantly from societal norms and expectations and causes prominent problems in the individual's life. There are 10 personality disorders. They are grouped into 3 different clusters. And with this pathology, mostly what we're concerned with comes from cluster E, and specifically the borderline narcissistic antisocial. And incidentally, approximately 10% of all adults have diagnosable personality disorders, whether they have actually been diagnosed or not. Borderline personality disorder is just a severe instability. They're very hypersensitive to rejection. To have a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, the person would need to meet at least 5 of this list of diagnostic indicators. One of them is paranoid beliefs, and this will become important as we move into the delusional disorders. So they are very prone to intermittent or persistent delusions of persecution, especially. The narcissistic personality disorder, first of all, there are 2 types. The first one is grandiose, or the very overt, obvious narcissistic personality. featuring self-love, grandiosity, an intense need for admiration, lack of empathy. For a diagnosis, the individual has to meet at least 5 diagnostic indicators listed below. The vulnerable or covert type, they are closely tied to the borderline personality, and what's important about this type is that they are very prone to experiencing anxiety and depression. They can go into uncontrolled rage, depression, and delusions when their ego is threatened, and they especially tend to decompensate into delusions of persecution. The antisocial personality disorder is a lack of conscience, disregard for others' rights, and they have to meet at least 3 of these indicators. They feature a significant impairment in normal range fear, anxiety, affective or emotional empathy, and emotional experiences. And contrary to the name, they are not averse to social interactions. They're actually often very superficially charming, articulate, witty, and they can make a very good first impression. Psychopathy is sometimes referred to also as sociopathy. This derives from the antisocial personality criteria, and there's a 2-factor model. Factor 1 is more of the interpersonal and affective or emotional elements, so aggressiveness, deceitfulness, lack of remorse, whereas factor 2 is more the deviant social, or behavioral elements, such as impulsivity and violation of laws and norms. Machiavellianism, this comes from Machiavelli, and it is a socio-political attitude featuring immoral, cynical, strategic manipulation to meet one's own personal goals and gain power. And people who are high in this trait do also have a tendency towards anxiety and depression. Sadism is when one takes pleasure in another's physical or emotional pain, and that can include their domination, their control, their punishment, their humiliation. And when sadism is present, that does predict brutally and cruelty toward others and delinquent behavior. So the subclinical dark personalities, what this refers to is when someone does not meet the criteria for one of the previously discussed personality disorders. However, they do have a lot of very significant traits from those personality disorders. These dark personalities, they can exist on a continuum of traits that feature just primarily self-centeredness, dishonesty, manipulation, callous attitudes towards others, and heightened externalizing behaviors or acting out. And 3 combinations have been identified in the literature. There's the dark triad, the vulnerable dark triad, and the dark tetrad. The dark triad is a trio of subclinical personality traits from particularly the grandiose narcissism, the factor 1 psychopathy, and the Machiavellianism. And the dark triad has been referred to as the core of evil. It's associated with absence of empathy, vengefulness in romantic relationships, high conflict communication, judicial manipulation, lying and deceit, belief in conspiracy theories, increased crime, and substance abuse. The vulnerable dark triad is a variation on the dark triad, and it pulls instead from the borderline personality traits and also vulnerable narcissism and the factor 2 psychopathy. And it is associated with paranoid ideations and also anxiety and depression and several other factors you can see here. The dark tetrad is another variation on the dark triad, it retains the first three elements: grandiose narcissism, factor one psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and it brings in that fourth element of sadism. So talking now about the delusional disorders, what we're referring to here is the trauma origin delusional disorders. So this is not going to be typically like what's associated with like schizophrenia, for example. And a delusion is simply just a fixed and false belief that persists despite conflicting evidence. Delusions exist on a continuum from mild to severe, so they can be temporary delusion-like experiences of brief, unusual thoughts that resolve without clinical intervention, all the way to very severe, firmly held beliefs that can't be explained by any other condition than previously realized. Delusions are measured on 4-dimensional classifications. The first is mood congruent versus mood neutral. So this is more like, is the delusion tied to the person's mood, such as being depressed, or is it present regardless of their mood? And then bizarre versus non-bizarre. Bizarre delusions are overtly odd. They're very easy to identify even by lay people, such as the COVID-19 vaccine makes people magnetic. That would be an example of a somatic delusion. Non-bizarre delusions, the content can be theoretically possible. For example, a romantic partner has been unfaithful when they have not. Or an unwarranted belief that the ex-partner is abusive or deficient in some way, and that would be a persecutory delusion. So non-bizarre delusions can very easily evade detection by those who are unfamiliar with the details of the situation. And they are very problematic in family and domestic violence court cases because, first of all, they don't impede the daily functioning in other areas of their life due to something called encapsulation. An encapsulated delusion is, what that means is that it just relates to an isolated topic. So the person can hold down a job and their housing is stable and they maybe have other relationships in their life that are stable. So these trauma origin delusional disorders are poorly understood. They're very easily evaded from being detected, and they are believed to be much, much more common than previously realized, and that is admitted in the literature. So virtuous victim theory. What this talks about is that you have a person who is emitting social signals that, number one, they are highly virtuous, and also that they are victimized by someone or something. It is essentially an amoral manipulation to obtain unwarranted resources and assistance. And it has been shown that the virtuous victim effect, what that does to the people who are being pulled into the situation is that it inflates their positive perception of the alleged victim's honorable moral character and need for help. And at the same time, it also increases their adverse view of and desire to harshly punish the alleged perpetrator. So again, this is also very highly problematic in family courts because the dark personalities are known to manipulate evidence by distortion, omission, and fabrication. And this will often look like false abuse or neglect claims, allegations that the normal range ex-partner is unfit or psychologically unstable, and also convincing denials of one's own abusive behaviors. Dangerous decisions theory, this is something that has been studied more on the legal side. So it's been studied pretty well in criminal cases. It talks about how witness credibility and trustworthiness determinations are intuitive judgments about the witness's character and truthfulness. And this determination shapes the judge's or the jury's assessment of the evidence that's being introduced. It can trigger specific biases in fact finders and decision makers, leading to incorrect conclusions. And it has been shown that judges' ability to detect lies is very far from accurate, actually. So when you have a dark personality manipulating through a virtuous victim narrative, this can lead to dangerously incorrect decisions being made for the child. So induced delusional disorder, what this is that when you have a delusional belief of a dominant individual or a primary or an inducer that forms the basis for the belief of a submissive individual, who's also known as the secondary or the inductee. This phenomenon has been recognized in the literature for a very long time, although it has gone by different names. You can find it referred to as shared paranoid disorder, shared psychotic disorder. Probably the most well-known is folie à deux. And you can see some other terms here that are used when the delusion spreads past 2 people to 3, 4, 5, to a complete family, and even larger groups. So we know about this. We've known about this for a very long time. You can see this in many examples, such as religious cults. But this is also well documented to happen in families. The primary inducer's dominant role is established through rigidity and possessiveness, while the secondary inductee's submissive role is established through vulnerability, for being younger, less intelligent, passive, dependent, suggestible, isolated. So the risk factors for this developing is if the secondary or the inductee has a strong attachment motivation towards the inducer. So, for example, a parent-child combination. Stressful life events affecting that relational stability, such as a divorce. Isolation, because, for an example, now the parents are separated and the child is isolated from one parent's influence a large part of the time. Cognitive impairment and emotional immaturity from the child being young. Shared delusions, also known as psychosis, are often described as either being simultaneous, communicated, imposed, or induced. And so what's most important to point out about this is that in a simultaneous shared delusion, both of the people have genetic or mental health risk factors to be prone to developing a delusion. In the other 3 kinds, the primary is prone to develop delusions, but the secondary is not necessarily prone to that. The shared delusion serves to preserve the attachment between these 2 people when that is threatened by the separation, when their healthy separation individuation process has not been achieved due to enmeshment. And the enmeshment is simply a dysfunctional form of relational cohesion where the 2 individuals are overly involved, highly interdependent, lacking in privacy or individual thoughts, beliefs, ideas, goals, or identities. The enmeshed relationship is created by the parent's violation of the child's psychological integrity and self-autonomy. It represents the transgenerational transmission of attachment trauma that is rippling through the family by way of the distorted parenting practices. And trauma transmission is accomplished with 4 types of boundary dissolution. There's the enmeshment, there's also intrusiveness, role reversal, and spousification. And you can also sometimes hear people referring to adultification or even infantilization. And while those 3 are a little bit different, they're very related to each other. Induced delusional disorder occurs most often in families, and that includes intact families, not separated families. When induced delusional disorder is diagnosed in a child, parent is the inducer in over 90% of the identified cases. And persecutory and grandiose delusions are the most often delusions that are seen in the inducers. So although the delusional disorder is the most common diagnosis in the inducer, the literature recognizes that the inducer can suffer from other psychological disorders that are not previously linked specifically to induced delusional disorder. So that could be other kinds of personality disorders. There is a link already to narcissistic personality disorder, but it could involve others, and also dark personalities. Parents with narcissistic, borderline, antisocial, or dark personality traits will strongly tend to impose their delusions on their children when they're suffering times of severe stress. And children will strongly tend to in the literature that induced delusional disorder is under-researched, and that makes the epidemiological data or the prevalence or the rates of it misleading and inaccurate. Stimulus control, this refers to part of what I'm sure Dr. Childress will be discussing more tomorrow. It's something that's useful to look at in the diagnostic assessment because it helps to determine whether or not the offered reason for the parent-child conflict is authentic or inauthentic. Basically, in an authentic parent-child conflict, what you're going to see is that if the parent's behavior changes, the child's behavior will also change. So that would signal that the child's behavior is under the stimulus control of that parent's behavior. On the other hand, in an inauthentic parent-child conflict, no matter how much the parent's behavior changes and the parent tries to address the offered reason for the rejection, the child's behavior will not change. And that indicates that the child's behavior is not under the stimulus control of that parent's behavior. So, kind of recapping the family systems and the personality pathologies, when we are looking at child psychological abuse being of concern in the high conflict family court case, we're essentially looking at a dark personality parent who's under severe stress from the divorce, who has developed a non-bizarre, encapsulated persecutory delusion regarding the other parent. They are triangulating the child into the spousal conflict. They are forming a cross-generational coalition against the other parent with the child. That creates the inverted family hierarchy. And then the parent induces the persecutory delusional disorder in the child, and that results in the emotional cutoff of the child's attachment bond to the other parent. I'm just going to briefly touch on the rest of paper 3 and these diagnostic indicators because I'm pretty sure that Dr. Childress will cover that very thoroughly. The 3 diagnostic indicators that we looked into in our study were the attachment suppression, where you have a child rejecting a normal range parent, high protest behavior, which would be either A, high anger, which would look like the child displaying grandiosity, lack of empathy, entitlement, arrogance, and splitting or dichotomous thinking, or B, and B, it can actually be both, would be high anxiety. That will look like a phobic level fear of the normal range parent. And finally, the persecutory delusion. The associated clinical signs, these derive from established professional knowledge from the fields of attachment research, personality disorder pathology, and family systems constructs. The associated clinical signs are not diagnostic. However, they often appear when the 3 diagnostic indicators are also present. And they help support the diagnostic pattern that what is being seen is the child's psychological abuse by a dark personality parent. This is the complete list of the associated clinical signs. They are explained much more in depth in Part 3 paper. We did conduct an institutional review board approved archival data study of the data that we received from Dorsey Pruder's custody resolution method through the Conscious Co-Parenting Institute. It consisted of 46 families who had been involved in high conflict custody litigation and had at least one child who met all three diagnostic indicators. There were 24 families where a child was rejecting the father and 22 where the child was rejecting a mother. So this is interesting because the numbers are pretty much equal. This is not an issue that just happens with fathers, and it's not an issue that happens with just with mothers. This is happening regardless of the targeted parents or the allied parents' gender and many other factors. The data basically derived from emails, text messages, mental health reports, educational reports, and other court records. The results were that all 46 families displayed at least 5 of the associated clinical signs. And the prevalences ranged from 30% for one single associated clinical sign, all the way up to 100% for 3 of the associated clinical signs. And 11 of the 12 associated clinical signs met our predicted 50 to 90% prevalence threshold. So the conclusions from that were that 6 of the 12 associated clinical signs actually exceeded our predicted 90% prevalence. They ranged from 93 all the way up to 100%. And the recommendations were that clinicians should routinely investigate patients' close family members to detect the possibility of an induced delusional disorder so that it wouldn't go undetected. And this can be accomplished by completing a mental status exam of thought and perception during the diagnostic assessment to look for possible delusional thought disorders. We also recommended that future research should come from direct clinical assessments rather than the content analysis from documents, and that would probably shed additional light on the reliability and the validity of the findings. And specifically, additional research should collect that data for the 3 diagnostic indicators and the 12 associated clinical signs from the high conflict family court case population. So what we are looking for here is a child protection response. Anytime that there is any allegation of abuse in a family court case, there is abuse. Either the allegations are true and the parent who is being rejected by the child has been or is engaging in neglect, physical abuse, or sexual abuse. If those allegations are false, then that is a sign that the child is being psychologically abused. These determinations of child abuse require a high degree of competence in assessment of the pathology. We have to have an accurate diagnosis of which parent is abusing the child, and there has to be an effective treatment plan. And so the legal and mental health professionals who are involved with the family must implement the child protection response. They must remove the family conflict from the adversarial legal system and direct that conflict into a therapeutic mental health setting, and then maintain the safety for all family members through therapeutically informed court orders. So these are the references I used. And again, this was a presentation that covered 3 papers. They are available on ResearchGate. They are currently preprints. We are going to be submitting these for journal publication now that all 3 of the papers are done. And this is contact information if you would like to contact us and ask any questions. Not sure how to turn off the screen share. Oh, maybe here. There.
Can you hear me, Melanie?
Yes.
Okay, our host needed to leave home because he's married and his wife called him for a dinner. All the rest of the audience, so on the men's side, we are divorced, so. Okay, joke apart, I just needed to take over. Bojan really left. I don't know the reason. So I will try to back up him. Is there any question in the audience? Ima li nekog pitanja za Melanie? Okay, it looks everything was clear, crystal clear. Not to me, honestly. Yeah, it's been a long day behind us. That I must say for our defense. But your presentation was the part that I could understand was very interesting. I'm sure many of us audience understood much more than myself. But I would like to thank you for your very valuable presentation. If there would be any more questions later on, I think we can use the email and other contacts to reach you. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, that sounds good.
The rest of the day.
For today, as Misha has left, we will conclude for today. I think that we have we are at on our last legs today. Thank you for being with us today. See you tomorrow at 9. We will start at 9 o'clock and see you. We will have another eventful day.